See, I just heard that. What the hell's going on?
Oh, there we go. Why did it use the webcam mic and not my normal mic? Hello, everybody. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so fucking sorry. I fell asleep. I was like, it's like 10 p.m. or so, and I was like, around like 8 p.m. or something. I was like contemplating if I should go, if I like should take a nap or not. And then dinner was ready, so I was like, okay, after dinner, it was almost like 9. I don't think I should go to sleep now. And then I guess I got so fucking tired that I didn't even notice that I fell asleep. Oh my fucking god. Guys, I am so fucking sorry. The webcam is fine. It was the webcam mic. Also, I think the mic itself is doing a little bit of a fucky thing right now as well. Give me a second. Oh yeah, it's doing that thing again. 1 second. Okay. There we go. Somehow, just me slapping the mic once fixes it. But I think it's fixed. Give me a second. I'm gonna turn off all of my filters. Yeah, okay, it's fixed. There we go. All right. I have to game and clean my house. Well, I still have not finished Music Key Story Quest, but I finished the festival. Oh yeah, the festival was great as well, Slothy. Also, hello everybody. Hey Oasis, hey Dark, hey Slothy, hey Shadow. I hope you guys are having a great Sunday and don't just do what I did. I'm glad you had some fun with Genshin, Slothy. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna be doing the reading here in a moment anyway, so you can just use that as background noise while you clean your house. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, last week, Slothy, we just did like a gaming night. We didn't read because I was still a bit too sick for it as well. So book-wise, you haven't missed anything. So there's that. You're fine, Slothy. I want my yaps. Well, we'll see. I think I need to message somebody as well here real quick because they wanted to check in on the stream today and they knew the time, but well, the time got fucked up, so I don't know where they are right now. The festival, yeah, the festival story was really good as well. I really enjoyed it. I liked it a lot. Eight more days until Rising. God, so I was like panicking the other day. Just 4 days until Monster Hunter, yeah. Full on stream Wednesday, my Saturday piano time? Hell yeah, why not? So I was panicking because I was like, oh shit, when was the update again? Because I wouldn't have been able to be there for your polling stream, Slothy, if it was on the 9th. Because I'll be on the concert. yeah, I checked again. It's like, oh shit, yeah, it's like on the 4th or something. But like for a moment I forgot and I was like panicking. It's like, oh shit, if it's on the 9th, then I can't be there because I'm gonna be on the fucking concert. And that would suck because I want to be there. Go full on 8th. That's good. Okay, well, considering you're starting around 11 p.m. my time, the concert is at the evening for me as well. Like I said earlier. No, you don't have to for me. You don't have to, Slothy. It's fine. Considering the concert is also, I think around like 8 p.m. or something, I might be able to still be fine with that. So you're good. You're good. I'll be back and fixed in 5 days. Hopefully. I really hope you'll get it back soon. No more stream cut off. I am looking forward to that. Absolutely. Oh, do I not have any way to message them? Unless I can DM them, maybe. Oh, I've seen them, dog. They're very nice. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just like clicking around here right now because I'm trying to contact somebody and don't seem to have a way to do so right now. Hey, I woke up like fucking 10 minutes ago or something. I'm so sorry. No, but I've seen the messages. They're very nice. I really appreciate it, dog. So it seems I cannot DM them on YouTube, on Twitch itself. And also my hairbrush. Take your time, Slothy. Do what you gotta do. This is background noise anyway. Do I have to message them on Twitter, maybe? But hey, one good thing about all of this was the fact that I was able to actually get like fairly decent sleep the night. Like I slept like 7 hours and I actually felt pretty good. So there's that. I can't DM them here as well. Goddamn. Shit. How are you guys doing otherwise? Apart from the fact that I'm late by like 2 hours. I know you guys were waiting. I wanted to stream a meeting. Happy to be here. I'm so happy to have you here as well, Slothy. And I'm happy you didn't miss anything from the book. I mean, obviously, I'm kind of sad that I couldn't read last week because, I mean, I fucking love the book. But, you know, right, you're sleeping well for once. I'm so glad as well. God, the last like 2 weeks have been absolutely horrible for sleep. It was awful. And I missed you too, and the chat did too. Horn has asked where you've been. Away has asked. Need to fix this. I want to really. I don't know what really is causing it that I have such like bad sleep the past like 2 weeks, but I think I'm getting better at it now. Considering I got like 7 hours straight with no interruptions last night. It's just like, considering it was around like 10 p.m. that I fell asleep, so I woke up at like 6 a.m. or something, that I was still I was already obviously pretty tired around like 9-10 p.m. today, so I guess that's why I fell asleep. But you know, I was able to at least sleep through last night. If you can. Yeah, I want to again as well, but it wasn't really possible while being like really sick. So I'm glad I'm doing better now. I'm getting over the sickness. There's no more like big coughing. There's still like a bit of a congested nose, but that's about it. Very strong sleep schedule has worked for me. I'm really happy to hear that, Slothy. Also, hey CL, how you doing? Also getting over my coughing. Yeah, like the coughing is basically gone. Maybe you'll hear a few from time to time, especially if I'm talking a lot and my throat's getting dry and all, but you know, everything else has been doing better now. Let's just say it like that. Hopefully the sleep can become more consistent again. I had like a night like 2 or 3 days ago where I was able to sleep like 8 hours. And then the next night I got completely screwed over. Again with like 2 hours, wake up, 2 hours, wake up, 2 hours, wake up, but I'm working on it. Yeah, this shit got boring with Genshin Party. Damn. Oh yeah, with Lily and Twin and Ace and Naya. Yeah, and now you're just gonna sit here, you know, and just listen to me read a book in a moment. Today is book reading stream, so cleaning time. All right, Slothy. But let me be for real here for a moment. Today in Germany was voting day for new elections due to like the coalition breaking and everything. I went voting. My parents didn't. I didn't even vote. Oh, you didn't go as well? And the, like, who you voted on? I'm not gonna say. But, because you're Nazi who didn't vote. I could see that. Well, the first, like, countings and everything have not shown a great prospect of, like, the highest voted parties so far. With, like, one of the biggest right-wing parties having, like, the second or third highest votes. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean, because every vote counts, so, like, people that don't vote, in a way, I guess, give like some of the parties that shouldn't be in power a higher percentage because the participation is lower. I mean, I've had some of my cousins even vote for that party. And like when we found out that that caused like a big like disparity between them as well, because like they're like the older siblings in that family, and the younger siblings said like, oh, if they don't if they vote for that party, then even they are going to be cutting off like they're gonna stop like talking to them. I don't know which one to vote. Hey, as long as you don't vote for like the worst ones, it's totally I don't care. Like I made my 2 crosses, I voted, and as long as it's not like those 2 like really crazy big like right-wing parties, I don't give a fuck. I was not surprised with some of the parties' results because, I mean, looking at what we had. Oh god, no, not the second one. They got like 20%. It's fucking crazy. They should not have gotten 20 fucking percent. Hey sir, hope you're doing well as well. Have a nice lurk. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, that second party, see how I don't know. They did not deserve to get 20%. Your own country too. Yeah, I've read some stuff about that. It's a global fight. Absolutely. Yeah, those are acceptable. Exactly. Like even my parents were surprised about it. Then I was like, hey, look at the US and who they voted for. I'm not surprised about that trend, but I didn't expect them to have 20 fucking percent. Luckily, the way it works here is to be on like the ruling party, you need over 50% of the voters. And if one party alone doesn't have it, you need to form a coalition. So there is a high chance that like the party with the highest percentage is probably not gonna go into a coalition with them. So there's a chance they're not gonna be on the ruling side, on the side with the most power, but you know, they still have a very high percentage of seats in the parliament, so they can still be on like the opposition and really you know, really stop things from happening. I mean, hey, voting yeah, you just I mean, especially if you work in social media versus parts, yeah, no, I see a lot of shit as well, but I feel like that makes it even more important to find like good reliable sources. Maybe read through some of the party's plans and like their official like all of the things they want to do. And I mean, for me, especially the voting office, like where I had to go to do the voting, was right around my corner. Like, it's 5 minutes, guys. I literally just had to go out, walk like 2 minutes in there. It was empty, so I immediately just got in, made my 2 crosses, and got back home. I was back home in like 5 or 6 minutes. It's not a big deal. Again, my parents also didn't do it because they're also being like, oh, my voice won't make a difference anyway, so why should we bother? Which I think is also just the wrong attitude. But yeah, I can't change their mind. They're adults as well. If they don't want to do it, they don't want to do it. All I can do is do my job at voting. And that's what I've been doing ever since I had the right to vote, ever since I was 18. Yeah, and then thank you, Slothy. I appreciate the 100 bits. And then, well, we had like some of my older cousins voting for that other party, which I guess now will also maybe bring some more, like drive the family a bit apart or something. I don't know. We will see. I just hope that they don't get too much power in there now. But we'll have to see until the voting results are final and how the parties decide to form a coalition for the 50%. But forgive stream being late. Yeah, I think when did I go? Weren't like 12 or 1 p.m. because it was from 8 to 6 p.m. like 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and like again, I just walk out, it's right around my corner. I didn't really see an issue in any of it. But all right, guys, on other notes, as I have said in the Discord as well already in the announcements, in 2 weeks, the Sunday in 2 weeks on March 9th, there will not be a reading stream because I will be out on a concert. I am physically not going to be able to stream. Yeah, please be respectful, guys. I usually don't really talk about these topics and talk about politics on stream because I want to avoid conflict like that. But please be civilized here, guys. I just wanted to bring that up because it's very topical right now because the votes were literally today. And I am a bit frustrated with the results and I just needed to vent out about it. But please be civilized here, guys. Whose concert I'm gonna be on? Alec Benjamin in 2 weeks. But yeah, due to that, because I think the concert starts around like 8 p.m. or something, I probably won't be home until like 2-3 in the morning at max, or like at least. So, and after that, I'm probably gonna be tired as hell, and my voice is gonna be gone singing along to every single song of his. So I just physically cannot do a reading stream that day. Yeah, thank you, Slothy, for that as well. I appreciate that. But yeah, other than that, I am very glad to be back being able to do reading streams, because I missed doing it last week. I mean, we had a lot of fun last week. Shadow and I playing fucking Escape the Backrooms and just having the silly music in the background all the time when I died. That was a lot of fun. The stream was great, but I did miss doing the reading stream. I always love doing the reading streams, so there's that. Exactly, Castbreaker story time, like, goddamn. It's always so much fun. God, I have no way of contacting this person, and that is unfortunate, because I told them, like, oh yeah, we're, you know, 8 p.m. 5 p.m. EST, I'll be reading and everything, and now I'm just like, you know, goddamn, now I'm late. No more cleaning. Take care, Slothy. Do all the cleaning you need to do. I'm gonna be here for a bit. But I'm really sad. I need to see if I can contact them. They are following me, so they would see the notice, but I don't know if they have notifications on or anything, and they're not in the Discord, so they didn't get any notification of me being late. And I cannot DM them on Twitter. I cannot DM them on Twitch. They don't have their Discord on their page, so I can't just join the Discord and DM them there. I don't think they're in any other Discord. Who's missing? Oh, it's just somebody I met through a raid at some point, and we talked about it as well, and they seemed interested in listening into the book as well. I was talking to them earlier in their stream about it, and they're like, oh yeah, I'll be there. It's gonna be fun. Just like as background noise and everything. And well, now I'm late and I fucked it up. Also, from now on, I need to, because of the changes that Twitch did, I have to, at least in the next, like, before the next 2 weeks are over, make the YouTube channel and work on that, because otherwise this VOD for today's stream and for today's reading will be lost, because I cannot save it. I cannot save today's VOD, so I have to make the YouTube channel and upload everything to there in the next 2 weeks. Absolutely, I need to do that. Good luck with that. I mean, it's just gonna be a just an archive channel, basically, where just upload the VODs and we good. It's not gonna be like the main YouTube channel where we're gonna do like edited highlights and shorts and clips at some point. that will also come, but you know, it's just going to be like an archive channel for the reading streams because I want to preserve them for people that missed them. Or, you know, for example, right now we are reading the second book of duology. If you guys have missed the first book, you always have a way to catch up with the story by watching those before. But you know, I have to make that channel now, otherwise we can't, because of some stupid little changes they've done. Where now we get this. We have a storage limit. Oh. Browsers. There we go. Yeah, we now have a storage limit of how many hours of footage you can save. And we are over that limit by just a little bit. So there's that. I cannot save any more VODs because I'm over that limit. So we gotta work on that. But that's something I need to do in the backgrounds later. You guys don't need to worry about that. You guys, I will post a link to the YouTube channel and all of the clip and that then on the Discord, obviously. Hey, Crystal. Hope you're having a good day. I'm a bit late. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'll obviously be posting the link to the YouTube in the Discord then at some point. When you upload all of that. You know, I do not want to jinx it, but the past couple streams have been without any internet issues. No random disconnects, no random frame drops. How much would I'm already over the limit, Dark. There's a limit of 100 hours. I'm already at 176 hours. I'm already over the limit. I cannot even save the VOD. And depending on how long we're going to be doing reading, we're probably going to do like 4 or 5 hours. So, yeah. But I'm already like almost double the limit. Yeah, I have to make the YouTube channel like very soon. Hopefully I can start working on that and find the motivation to do that very soon, because I don't think I'm going to be uploading all of the fucking videos in one day, because that is like 30 videos and they're all like 8-9 hours long or something. If I also, I'm not sure if I'm going to upload the birthday stream VOD as well. I think I could leave that on Twitch. I think that channel is only going to be for the reading parts. But yeah, that is like almost 30 videos of content or something. Something like that. Let me see. No, I didn't want to click on my channel. Making the channel is probably not gonna take that long, getting all the settings right and everything, but then the uploading part is gonna take a while. Okay, highlights. We have, oh my god. Yeah, we have 26 highlights, which 2 of them are different ones. No, 3 of them. We have the Alatreon kill, We have the Farina polls where I just could not get that fucking gaming for the life of me. And then there is the birthday stream. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Yes, I know I'm over the limit. All videos. Alright, there we go. Editing is, yeah, no, it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be like hard work in the way of like I have to like go through all the VODs and edit shit and all. But you know, it's just gonna take a while uploading all of them because it's gonna be so many videos. It's gonna be 24 videos that I'm gonna be uploading, and they're all like at least 5 or 6 hours long. Like, goddamn, it's gonna be a lot. I just need a day at some point to just sit down and do all of that. There. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have a way of contacting them, so... Well, it'd be like that. It's on me for falling asleep and starting later. But I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far, though. Well, it's basically over at this point, but yeah. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I've been mostly just chilling, still trying to like fix my sleep and get over the sickness. But I've been doing pretty well today. So yeah. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wild's coming out very soon, so there's probably gonna be a lot of Monster Hunter streams coming up until I have to go to the concert. I'm sure the concert is gonna be super fucking fun as well. I am looking forward to seeing him live again for the second time now. Cause like, his concerts are absolutely amazing. Singing along to every single song and everything. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Is there anything else exciting coming up this week? Let me think. I started I started playing ZZZ now as well, just trying to give it a shot so far. I'm liking it. I'm like still very much at the beginning of the story, and like I just did like a little bit of combat, but it's pretty cool. So I'm probably gonna be streaming that from time to time, getting my foot in there. But yeah, Monster Hunter next week. I started today, Oasis. I played at like 7 p.m. or something for like an hour. I just got like to the point where Nicole joins your party. And I haven't even fought with her yet. Like I'm at the very beginning of the game. But I'm enjoying it so far. Combat is really cool. So we might be doing that. But I think, I'm not sure if we're gonna be doing much after the reading today. For your advices. Bro, I know less about the game than you at this point. So I don't know. You may be able to give me some advice, Oasis. Yeah. We're probably gonna be doing like 4 or 5 hours of reading as usual. And then, considering I just had a nap, I might be able to do a little bit more after that. But like, I don't know, some Genshin, some whatever. Okay, maybe CCZ. I don't even have pulling unlocked yet, Oasis. Helldivers. I don't think Helldivers works really well through remote play though, Shadow. Genshin CCC Star are like 80% the same game. Yeah. Let's see, that's normal for new accounts, so I was lucky. You probably were just like really lucky, Ways. But yeah, no, I haven't even unlocked the pulling yet. I got that like mail where you get like a free character and I think like a free 10 or 20 pull on the standard banner. But I haven't done them yet because I don't have them unlocked yet. But that's about it. Like I'm pretty much still like very at the beginning of the story. I've gotten some really good upgrades in Honkai earlier for my Aglaya and my Trailblazer. They're almost done with their builds now at this point. It's mostly planar ornaments now. The relics are basically done. But oh my fucking god. So in Honkai, you have an item where you can actually re-roll the substats of an artifact. Once you level it up to max, you can re-roll into what, like, you can re-roll the rolls it got. And I had like a really good crit rate main stat piece with a crit damage substat, and it rolled like nothing on crit rate, on crit damage. And no, I think it had like 1 crit damage roll, 1 flat HP roll, and then 2 flat attack rolls. And I was like, oh god, okay, so we're gonna re-roll that. So I re-rolled and I got a roll with like 3 crit damage rolls and a flat attack roll, so I kept it. I was like, maybe because it also, I think it had speed, and I do need a bit of more speed. I was like, let's re-roll again. Maybe we can balance it out. Maybe a little bit more, less crit damage, but I get like some speed substats. And the second re-roll I did was all 4 rolls into flat attack. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm gonna keep, luckily you can decide to either keep the old roll or the new roll. So I just kept the one with like the 3 crit damage rolls, and now I have a really decent crit rate piece with crit damage substat on her. Oh my god, that last roll was just horrendous. It looked so weird. I'm obsessing about Huohuo since yesterday. I cannot wait. I will try and get Huohuo if I can. The new character that's coming out next update, Tribi, also looks pretty interesting gameplay wise. But yeah, I'll probably be pulling for Huohuo if I don't get my Iwana Glaya, which at this point I don't think I'll be getting because there's like 2 days left on it or something. But we shall see. Yeah, my Trailblazer is basically done at this point. She has like 220 crit damage, which is all she needs. She only needs crit damage. She doesn't need any crit rate. I just need a bit more speed on them, which I will probably get through the planar ornaments. Finish cleaning for now. Let's go, Slothy. Oh yeah, right, Crystal, you were sick as well. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're feeling better soon. I did see that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Crystal. Game changer, let's go, Slothy. Maybe meanwhile in Genshin, my Cloranda's team is shredding. Moeka's actually pretty decent outfield as well. Let's go, that's amazing, Wiz. Long, beautiful hair struggles, right? I remember those days. And I don't want to go back to them, so I actually need to get a haircut soon because it's getting too long. Yeah, right? You should know as well, Slothy. You're pretty too. You're all pretty. Hey, come on. Don't put yourself down like that. Yeah, Crystal, I hope you can get some more rest and feel better soon. You all a bunch of pretty people? Nah, you guys are pretty. I'm just here. I'm just a face on the cam. No, Crystal, no, don't do that. Why would you do that to me, Crystal? Why do you want to hurt me? What have I ever done? I didn't do anything. Nah, wait, that's not true. Pretty Gang Uprising. I don't know. I mean, look at me. God, I have not shaved in like weeks. I really need to. Goddamn. Look horrible today. Literally just got out of bed and hopped on stream. Like, bruh. Yeah, it was rough for me the past like week or two, so I didn't really take much care of myself. But I'm getting back on it. That's facts, and you can't argue with the sick person, so you make a valid point there, Crystal. I won't argue with that. Everybody shut up. Nah. I could never argue with the pretty people. And especially sick people on top of that. Nah. Not the princess calling. You like when you get called princess, huh? Don't die now, Crystal. I don't know, women. Right? There's something under your bed. I'm not there. Just saying, right? Guys, we need to be careful. She's still sick. We can't do that. Poor Crystal. This is so sweet. You guys are sweet. Yeah, be careful now. I don't want Crystal to get worse. I love everybody. I love everybody here as well. You guys are amazing. Terrorizing Slothy instead of me, regular programming. I mean, there's enough for all of you. I don't mind. We're spreading the love to all of you guys. Aw, look at that. I'm going to be quite soon. Like, see you play some CCC. Hopefully, a sneak stream on a before Monster Hunter. Yeah, we'll see. And not at 6 a.m. Hopefully not. Yeah, no. I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing CCC today, though. After the reading. Yeah, please get some good rest, the way is. Damn. I hope you'll be okay, Crystal. Don't faint on us now, please. Pretty people don't faint like that. Ooh, let's go, Crystal. I've never fainted, so try your best. We shall see about that. Regular program is technically a book. Yeah, today's a book stream, guys. I don't know, I'm enjoying this more. Hey, I mean, you can fire off any compliments all the time if you want, even during reading. I don't care. Of course you would enjoy this more, Crystal. Because you have the attention here now. All eyes on you, Crystal. How does it feel? Secondhand weirdness. No. Well, too late. I seem to be able to do that to a lot of girls sometimes. So there's that. I wouldn't say no to that. Absolutely not. I definitely wouldn't say no to that. Who the fuck would have guessed? Why would I say no to those two pretty ladies, huh? Who bet? I mean, what? Four of us? Okay. I'm still down. Absolutely. You can narrate. You can watch us having fun, yeah. I mean, Crystal, when is she not? This is just normal slothy behavior. And that's why we love her so much. Nah. Slothy, we love you for who you are. Don't change. It's great. It wouldn't be as much fun. I'm having lots of fun. I'm glad. I'm having a lot of fun as well. I'm smiling a lot too. So I 100% agree with you, Crystal. On what lap are you going to be sitting though, Slothy, huh? It's just comfortable. I mean, yeah. I got comfy thighs. I might have to testify that. I might have to, you know, test that out. We can take turns, Slothy. Or you take one, I take the other thigh. Turns? Sharing is care. Exactly. You gotta share the goodness. The softness, the comfiness. Does make sense? Yeah, I agree. You walked into that one, Crystal. Book. It's right here. Manage 1 hour of yaps. That's usually how it goes, yeah. I wanna know what happens. I'm glad you got some cleaning done as well. Let's go, Slothy. Proud of you. You know that. I'm always proud of you. Oh God. All right. I'll be back in just a second, guys, real quick, and then we shall start with the book for the week. Are you sure it's the fever, Crystal? And what kind of cheeks we're talking? But yeah, again, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Peace out. Have fun with the book, I guess. I'm sorry, Shadow. Damn. Nah, Crystal, it's not just her though, it's both of you together. But I guess we start with the book today. Chapter 6. Nina's perspective. I don't stay for the book, I never do. Aw. Book is less interesting than Yaps. The book is pretty good in my opinion. Damn, Crystal also leaving me. He's happy. You know, at least one person is here for the book. Damn. Wow. Now I'm sad. I need to go to a shower. Fair. I mean, you can have the stream just open in the background and come back when you're done with the shower. For the book. It's rough being on Twitch. I mean, I don't mind that as well, Slothy. You know I enjoy your company. So... I'm okay with that. You know I enjoy Pokemon's and your company. Of course, it's the Pokemon's first though. Of course. I am not surprised. I know that at the end of the day, I am just your Pokemon bitch after all. I know where I'm standing, it's okay. You never put out a what the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? A Pokemon? I cannot change that. But I know where I'm standing. I am just the Pokemon bitch after all. So it's okay. With that attitude, you can change that. Back from ads. Welcome back, Crystal. All right. Okay, so I think the last thing... Mayonet be upset. I mean, at this point, I know where I'm standing, Slothy. It's okay. You've made it very clear that I'm just a Pokemon bitch. The truth hurts. Yeah, it does. But I'm accepting it, I guess. You're fine, Slothy. You're fine. You're amazing. It's so nice having you back in the streams and messing around with a lot. You know it's always fun. Yeah, so if I remember, the last thing that happened was the shootout at the university where when Jesper was meeting with his dad. Cause that was fucking insane. Not exhausting traveling? Yeah, exactly. I'm sure it was a very nice trip, and I can't wait to hear more of the stories of what was happening. And what you've been up to. Yeah. So you don't know, the people have missed you in this chat. They've asked for you like so many times. They love you here. Get on my list. Can I be on that list too? So good to be back. I am so happy to have you back. Of course, yes. Let's go. Good. Oh yeah, you got to keep your composure, right? Throw your balls at him. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Right, book. So again, if I remember, last week was the whole last time was like the whole last fucking shootout on the university campus when Jesper was meeting with his father, and I think we're still like somewhere there because we don't know what the fuck happened. Why all of a sudden they got shot at and they had to run away. We have no idea who did that. But yeah, let's go. Nina couldn't stop arguing, couldn't stop staring at Colm Fahey. He was a bit shorter than his son, broader in the shoulders, his coloring basically Kalish. Vibrant, dark red hair, and that salt white skin, densely clouded with freckles by the Zemini sun. And though his eyes were the same clear gray as Jesper's, they had a seriousness to them. What's the book image called? Oh, right. I took that off when I was showing the limit with like the whole Twitch thing. Because it was blocking the 176 hours out of 100 hours. Thank you for that. I forgot to put it back on. And though his eyes were the same clear gray as Jesper's, they had a seriousness to them. A kind of sure warmth that differed from Jesper's crackling energy. It wasn't only the pleasure of trying to find Jesper and his father's features that kept Nina's attention focused on the farmer. There's just something so strange about seeing a person that wholesome standing in the stone hall of an empty mausoleum surrounded by Caradim's worst. Herself among them. Fahey, okay. Nina shivered and drew the old horse blanket she'd been using as a wrap more tightly around her. She'd started tallying her life in good days and bad days, and thanks to the Cornelis Smeet job, this was turning out to be a very bad day. She couldn't afford to let it get the best of her. Not when they were this close to rescuing Inesh. Be alright, Nina willed silently, hoping her thoughts could somehow cut through the air, speed over the waters of the Caradum harbors and find her friend. Stay safe and whole and wait for us. Be back after shower. Take care, Crystal. Oh yeah, we also had the chapter with Inesh trying to escape and then almost getting fucking killed. Holy fuck, that was intense as well. Nina hadn't been on Velgaluk when Vanek had taken Inesh hostage. She'd still been trying to purge the Parem from her body, caught in the haze of suffering that had begun on the voyage from Deerholm. She told herself to be grateful for the memory of that misery, every shaking, aching, vomiting minute of it. The shame of Matthias witnessing it all, holding back her hair, dabbing her brow, restraining her as gently as he could as she argued, cajoled, screamed at him for more Parem. She made herself remember every terrible thing she'd said, every wild pleasure offered, each insult or accusation she'd hurled at him. You enjoy watching me suffer. You want me to beg, don't you? How long have you been waiting to see me like this? Stop punishing me, Matthias. Help me. Be good to me and I'll be good to you. She needed them as vivid and bright and cringe-inducing as possible to fight her hunger for the drug. She never wanted to be like that again. Now she looked at Matthias, his hair coming in thick and gold, long enough that it was just starting to curl over his ears. She loved the sight of him, and she hated it too, because he wouldn't give her what she wanted, because he knew how badly she needed it. After Kaz had settled them on Blackvale, Nina had managed to last 2 days before she'd broken down and gone to Kuwait to ask him for another dose of Parem. A small one, just a taste of it, something to ease this relentless need. The sweats were gone, the bouts of fever. She could walk and talk and listen to Kaz and the others hatching their plans. But even as she went about her business, drank the cups of broth and tea heaped with sugar that Matthias set before her, the need was there. A ceaseless, serrated sawing at her nerves, back and forth, minute to minute. She hadn't made a conscious decision to ask Kuwei when she'd sat down beside him. She'd spoken to him softly in Shu, listened to him complain about the dampness of the tomb. And then the words were cut, were out of her mouth. Do you have any more? He didn't bother to ask what she meant. I gave it all to Matthias. See, she'd said. It's probably for the best. She'd smiled, and he'd smiled. She'd wanted to claw his face to shreds, because she couldn't possibly go to Matthias, ever. And for all she knew, he'd thrown whatever supply of the drug Kuwei had into the sea. The thought filled her with so much panic that she'd had to race outside and vomit the spare contents of her stomach in front of one of the ruined mausoleums. She'd covered the mess with dirt, then found a quiet place to sit beneath the trellis of ivy and wept in jags of unsteady tears. You're all a bunch of useless skivs, he'd said to the silent graves. They didn't seem to care, and yet somehow the stillness of Black Veil comforted her, quieted her. She couldn't explain why. The places of the dead had never held solace for her before. She rested for a while, dried her tears, but when she knew she wouldn't give herself away with blotchy skin and watery eyes, she'd made her way back to the others. survived the worst of it, she had told herself. Harem is out of reach and you can stop thinking about it. And she'd managed for a while. Then last night, when she'd been preparing to cozy up in Cornelis Meet, he'd made this mistake of using her power. Even with the wig and the flowers and the costume and the corset, she hadn't quite felt up to the role of seductress. So she'd found a looking glass inside Club Cumulus and attempted to tailor the circles beneath her eyes. It was the first time she'd tried to use her power since her recovery. She'd broken into a sweat from the effort, and as soon as the bruised color faded, the hunger for Parem hit. A swift heart kick to her chest. She'd bent double, clutching the sink, her mind filled with breakneck thoughts of how she could get away, who might have a supply, what she could trade. She'd forced herself to think of the shame on the boat, the future she might be able to make with Matthias, but the thought that had brought her back to sanity was Inej. She owed Inej her life, and there was no way she was leaving her stranded with Van Eck. She wasn't that person. She refused to be. Somehow, she had pulled herself together. She splashed water on her face, pinched her cheeks to pinkness. She still looked haggard, but with resolution. She had hitched up her corset and flashed the brightest smile she could muster. Do this right and Smeet won't be looking at your face, Nina had told herself, and she'd sailed out the doors to snag herself a pigeon. Once the job was done, when the information they needed was secured and everyone had fallen asleep, she dug through Matthias's few belongings, through the pockets of his clothes, her frustration growing with every passing second. She hated him. She hated Kuwei. She hated this stupid city. Disgusted with herself, she'd slip beneath his blankets. Matthias always slept with his back to the wall, habit from his days in Hellgate. She would let her hands wander, seeking his pockets, trying to feel along the linings of his trousers. Nina? He'd asked sleepily. I'm cold, she said, her hands continuing their search. She pressed a kiss to his neck, then below his ear. She'd never let herself kiss him this way before. She'd never had the chance. They'd been too busy untangling the skein of suspicion and lust and loyalty that bound them together, and once she'd taken the Parem, was all she could think of, even now. The desire she felt was for the drug, not for the body she felt shift beneath her hands. She didn't kiss his lips, though. He wouldn't let Parem take that from her, too. He'd groaned. The others. Everyone is asleep. And then it seized her hands. Stop. Matthias. I don't have it. She yanked herself free, shame crawling over her skin like fire over a forest floor. Then who does? She hissed. Kaz. She stilled. Are you going to creep into his bed? Nina released a huff of disbelief. He'd slit my throat. She wanted to scream. She wanted to scream her helplessness. There would be no bargaining with Kaz. She couldn't bully him the way she might have bullied Wylan, or plead with him the way she might have managed with Jesper. Oh god, yeah. Like, imagine her trying to steal that from Kaz. Kaz would never allow that to happen. Holy fuck. Ain't no fucking way Kaz is gonna allow that to happen. We know how fucked up Kaz is. Fatigue came on suddenly, a yoke at her neck, the exhaustion at least tempering her frantic need. She She rested her forehead against Matthias's chest. I hate this, she said. I hate you a little, Droskela. I'm used to it. Come here. He'd wrapped his arms around her and gotten her talking about Ravka, about Inesh. He distracted her with stories, named the winds that blew across Fjorda, told her of his first meal in the Droskela Hall. At some point, she must have drifted off, because the next thing she knew, she was burrowing her way out of a heavy, dreamless sleep, woken by the sound of the tomb door slamming open. Matthias and Kaz had returned from the university, holes burned into their clothing from some kind of bomb Wylan had made. Jesper and Wylan closed on their heels, wild-eyed and soaked from the spring rain that had begun to fall, with a beefy, Kalish-looking farmer in tow. Nina felt like she'd been given some kind of lovely gift from the saints, a situation mad and baffling enough to actually distract her. Though the hunger for Parem had dulled since the last night's frenzy, it was still there, and she had no idea how she was going to get through the mission tonight. Seducing Smeet had only been the first part of their plan. Kaz was counting on her. Inesh was counting on her. They needed her to be a corporalnik, not an addict with the shakes who wore herself out with the barest bit of tailoring. But Nina couldn't think about any of that with Colm Fahey standing there mangling his hat, and Jesper looking like he'd rather be eating a stack of waffles topped with ground glass than facing him and Kaz. Facing him and Kaz, she had no idea what to expect from Kaz. Anger, maybe worse. Kaz didn't like surprises or potential vulnerabilities, and Jesper's father was one very stocky, wind-shaved vulnerability. But after hearing Jesper's breathless, Nina suspected abbreviated description of how they'd escaped the university, Kaz simply leaned on his cane and said, "Were you followed?" "No," Jesper replied with a decisive shake of his head. "Wylan?" Colm bristled. "You doubt my son's word?" "It isn't personal, Da," said Jesper. "He doubts everyone's word." Kaz's expression has been unruffled, his rough stone voice so easy and pleasant that Nina felt the hair rise on her arms. "Apologies, Mr. Fahey. A habit one develops in the barrel. Trust but verify." "I don't trust at all," muttered Matthias. "Wylan?" Kaz repeated. Wylan set his satchel down on the table. "If they'd known about the passage, they would have followed us or had people waiting in the print marker shop. We lost them." "I counted about 10 on the roof," said Kaz, and Matthias nodded confirmation. "Sounds right," said Jesper. "But I can't be sure. They had the sun at their backs." Kaz sat down, his black eyes focused on Jesper's father. "You were the bait." "Pardon that?" "The bank called in your loan." Colm blinked, surprised. "Well, yes. As a matter of fact, they sent me a rather sternly worded letter that I'd become an unstable credit risk. They said that if I didn't pay in full, they would be forced to take illegal action." He returned to his son. "I wrote to you, Jez." His voice was confused, not accusing. I haven't been able to collect mail." After Jesper had stopped attending university, he'd still managed to receive letters there. Nina wondered how he'd maintained this ruse for so long. It would have been made easier by the fact that Colm was an ocean away. and by his desire to believe in his son. An easy mask, an easy mark, Nina thought sadly. No matter his reasons, Jesper had been conning his own father. Jesper, said Colm. I was trying to get the money, da. They're threatening to take the farm. Jesper's eyes were firmly fixed on the tomb floor. I was close. I am close. To the money? Now Nina heard Colm's frustration. We're sitting in a tomb. We were just shot at. What got you on a ship to Caradum? Cass asked. The bank moved up a collection date, Colm said indignantly. Simply said I'd run out of time. I tried to reach Jesper, but when there was no reply, I thought... You thought you'd see what your brilliant boy was up to here on the dark streets of Caradum. I feared the worst. The city does have a reputation. Well deserved, I promise you, said Cass. And when you arrived, I made inquiries at the university. They said he wasn't enrolled, so I went to the constabulary. Jesper winced. Oh, the stopwatch. Colm crushed his hat with a fresh vigor. Where's it supposed to go, Jez? You know how dangerous it is for someone like you. Ah, Jesper said, looking his father in the eye at last. Didn't tell them I'm... Of course not. Grisha, why won't either of them say it? Colm threw down the lump of felt that had been on his hat. It had been his hat. I don't understand any of this. Why would you bring me to this horrible place? Why were you shot at? What has become of your studies? What has become of you? Jesper opened his mouth and closed it. It was my fault, Wylan blurted. Every eye turned to him. He was concerned about the bank loan, so he put his studies on hold to work with a local gunsmith, Nina offered. Nina, Matthias rumbled warningly. He needs our help, she whispered. To lie to his father. It's a fib, totally different. She had no idea where Wylan was going with this, but he was clearly in need of assistance. Yes, Wylan said eagerly, a gunsmith, and then I told him about a deal. They were swindled, Cass said. His voice was as cold and steady as ever. He held himself stiffly, as if walking over uncertain ground. They were offered a business opportunity that seemed too good to be true. Colm slumped into a chair. If it seems that way, then... Probably is, said Cass. Nina had the strangest sense that for once, he was being sincere. Did you and your brother lose everything? Colm asked Wylan. My brother? Wylan asked blankly. Your twin brother, Cass said with a glance at Kuwei, who sat quietly observing the proceedings. Yes, they lost everything. Wylan's brother hasn't spoken a word since. Does seem the quiet type, Colm said. And you all are students? Of a sort, Cass said. You spend your free hours in a graveyard. Can we not go to the authorities? Tell them what happened? Those swindlers may have other victims. Well, Wylan began, but Cass silenced him with a look. A strange hush fell on the tomb. Cass took a seat at the table. The authorities can't help you, he said. Not in this city. Why not? Because the law here is profit. Jesper and Wyland tried to make a shortcut. The stopwatch won't so much as wipe their tears. Sometimes, the only way to get justice is to take it for yourself. And that's where you come in. Kaz nodded. We're going to get your money. You won't lose your farm. But you're going to step outside the law to do it, Colm said. He shook his head wearily. You barely look old enough to graduate. Catadom was my education. And I can tell you this. Jesper never would have turned to me for help if he'd had anywhere else to go. You can't be so bad, boy, said Colm gruffly. You haven't been alive long enough to rack up your share of sin. I'm a quick study. Can I trust you? No. Colm took up his crown-pulled hat again. Can I trust you to help Jesper through this? Yes. Colm sighed. He looked around at all of them. Nina found herself standing up straighter. You lot make me feel very old. Spend a little more time in Catadom, Kaz said. You'll feel ancient. Then he tilted his head to one side and Nina saw that distant, considering look across his features. You have an honest face, Mr. Fahey. Colm showed Jesper a puzzled glance. Well, I should hope so, and thank you for marking it. It's not a compliment, said Jesper. And I know that look. Yes. Don't you dare start those wheels spinning. Kaz's only response was a slow blink. Whatever scheme had been set in motion in his diabolical brain, it was too late to stop it now. Where are you staying? Okay. The ostrich. It isn't safe to go back there. We're moving you into the Geldrena Hotel. We'll register you under a different name. Why? Colm sputtered. Because some people want Jesper dead and they already used you to lure him out of hiding once. I have no doubt they'd be willing to take your hostage, and there's too much of that going on already. Kaz scribbled a few instructions to Roddy and handed him a very thick stack of Kruger. Feel free to take your meals in the dining room, Mr. Fahey, but I'd ask that you forego the sights and stay inside the hotel until we contact you. If anyone asks your business, you're here for a bit of rest and relaxation. Colm considered Roddy and then Kaz. He expelled a decisive breath. No. I thank you, but this is a mistake. He turned to Jesper. We'll find another way to pay the debt, or we'll start over somewhere else. You're not giving up the farm, Jesper said. He lowered his voice. She's there, and we can't leave her. Jess, please, please let me make this right. I know. He swallowed, his bony shoulders bunching. I know I let you down. Just give me one more chance. Nina suspected he wasn't only speaking to his father. I don't belong here, Jez. This place is too loud, too lawless. Nothing makes sense. Mr. Fahey, Kaz said quietly. You know what they say about walking in a cow's pasture? Jesper's brow shot up, and Nina had to stifle a nervous laugh. What did the bastard of the barrel know about cow pastures? Keep your head down and watch your step, Colm replied. And Kaz nodded. Just think of Catadom as a really big cow pasture. The barest smile tugged at the furrow of Colm's mouth. Give us 3 days to get your money and you and your son out of Kerch safely. Is that really possible? Anything can happen in this city. That thought doesn't fill me with confidence. He rose, and Jesper shot to his feet. 3 days, Jesper, then we go home. With or without the money. Oh. Oh, Jesper's in big trouble now. How are they supposed to get the money in 3 days? I mean, I think they're having the Inesh safety, like saving Inesh, and like on that day or the next day. But like, how? How the fuck? Hello? That is insane. But I mean, to be fair, Jesper's dad doesn't know about all of this with Inej and everything, so yikes. He rested a hand on Jesper's shoulder. And for saint's sake, be careful. All of you. Nina felt a sudden lump in her throat. Matthias had lost his family to war. Nina had been taken from her family to train when she was just a little girl. Wylan had been as good as evicted from his father's house. Kuwe had lost his father and his country. And Cass, she didn't want to know what dark alley Cass had crawled out of. But Jesper had somewhere to go. Someone to take care of him. Somebody to say, it's going to be all right. She had a vision of golden fields beneath a cloudless sky, a clapboard horse protected from the wind by a line of red oaks. Someplace safe. Nina wished calm he could march over to Jan Venek's office and tell him to give Inesh back or get a mouthful of knuckles. She wished someone in this city would help them, but they weren't so alone. She wished Jesper's father could take them all with him. She'd never been to Novi Zem, but the longing for those golden fields felt just like homesickness. Silly, she thought herself. Childish. Kaz was right. If they wanted justice, they would have to take it for themselves. That didn't ease the starved heart pang in her chest. But then Colm was saying his goodbyes to Jesper and disappearing through the stone graves with Roddy and Specht. He turned to wave, and was gone. I should go with him, Jesper said, hovering in the doorway. You already almost got him killed once, said Cass. Do we know who set up the ambush at the university? Wylan asked. Well, Jesper's father went to the stopwatch, Matthias said. I'm sure many of the officers are susceptible to bribes. True, said Nina. But it can't be a coincidence that the bank called in his loan when they did. Wylan sat down at the table. If the banks are involved, my father may be behind it. Becca Rollins' influence at the banks too, Cass said, and Nina saw his gloved hand flex over the crow's head under his cane. Could they be working together? She asked. Jesper rubbed his hands over his face. All the saints and your Aunt Ava. Let's hope not. I'm not ruling anything out, Cass said. But none of this changes what has to happen tonight. Here. He reached inside one of the niches in the wall. Revolvers! Jesper exclaimed, clutching them to his chest. Oh, hello, you gorgeous things. His grin was dazzling. You got them back. The safe at the Cumulus is an easy crack. Thank you, Cass. Thank you. Any hint of the warmth Cass had shown Jesper's father was gone, as fleeting as a dream of those golden fields. What good is a shooter without his guns? Cass asked, seemingly oblivious to the way Jesper's smile collapsed. You've been in the red too long. We all have. This is the night we start paying our debts. Oh god, the Inej rescue is about to start. Ah! Now night had fallen, and they were on their way to do just that. A waxing moon glaring down at them like a white and watchful eye. Nina shook out her sleeves. The cold snap had broken, and they were in the middle of a proper late spring. Or what passed for that in Kirch. The moist, claustrophobic warmth of an animal's mouth relieved only by brief, unpredictable storms. Matthias and Jesper had left for the docks early to make sure the gondola was in place. Then they'd all headed to the launch point, leaving Kuwei and Black Veil with Roddy and Specht. The boat cut silently through the water. Ahead, Nina could see the gleam of lights guiding them onward. Jesper's revolvers were back at his hips, and both he and Matthias had rifles slung across their shoulders. Cass had a pistol in his coat, and a demonic cane. And Nina saw Wyland rest a hand on his satchel. It was packed with explosives, flash bombs, and who knew what else. We better be right about all this, Wyland said on the side. My father is going to be ready. I'm counting on it, Cass replied. Nina let her fingers brush against the grip of the pistol tucked into the pocket of her light spring coat. She had never needed a gun before, never wanted to carry one, because I was the weapon. But she didn't trust herself now. Her control over her power felt flimsy, like she kept reaching for something that was just a bit farther away than she thought. She needed to know it would be there tonight. She couldn't make a mistake, not when Inej's life depended on it. Nina knew that if she'd been on Velgaluk, the battle would have gone differently. Inej never would have been taken if Nina had been strong enough to face Van Eck's henchmen. And if she'd had Parem, no one could have stood against her. Nina gave her head a firm shake. If you'd had Parem, you'd be completely addicted and well on your way to the Reaper's barge. No one spoke as they reached shore and disembarked as quickly and quietly as possible. Cass gestured for them to get to their positions. He would approach from the north, Matthias and Wyland from the east. Nina and Jesper would be responsible for the guards on the western edge of the perimeter. So Nina flexed her fingers. Silence 4 guards. That should be easy. A few weeks ago, it would have been. Slow their pulses, sent them quietly into unconsciousness without ever letting an alarm sound. Now she wondered if it was the damp on her own nervous perspiration that made her clothes cling so uncomfortably to her skin. Too soon, she saw the shapes of the first 2 guards at their posts. They leaned against the low stone wall, rifles propped beside them. Their conversation rising and falling in a lazy hum. Easy. Take him, shut-eye, said Jesper. Nina focused on the guards, letting her own body become attuned to theirs, seeking out the heartbeats and rushing rhythm of their blood. It was like stumbling blind through the dark. There was simply nothing there. Dimly, she was aware of the suggestion of their frames, the trace of knowing. That was all. She saw them with her eyes, heard them with her ears. The rest was silence. That other sense inside her, the gift that had been there for as long as she could remember, the heart of the power that had been her constant companion since she was a child, had simply ceased to beat. All she could think of was Parem, the exhilaration, the ease, as if the universe lay at her fingertips. "What are you waiting for?" said Jesper. Alerted by some sound or simply their presence, one of the guards glanced in their direction, peering into the shadows. He lifted his rifle and signaled to his companion to follow. "They're headed this way." Jesper's hands went to his guns. Oh, saints. If Jesper had to shoot, the other guards would be alerted. The alarm would be raised and this whole endeavor might go straight to hell. So Nina focused with all her will. The hunger for Parem seized her, quaking through her body, digging into her skull with determined talons. She ignored it. One of the guards faltered, went to his knees. "Gillis," said the other guard.
What is it?
But he was not foolish enough to lower his weapon. "Halt!" He shouted in the direction, still trying to support his friend. "Identify yourselves!" "Nina," Jesper whispered furiously, "do something!" Nina clenched her fist, trying to squeeze the guard's larynx shut to prevent him from calling for help. "Identify yourselves!" Jesper drew his gun. Oh no. She was not going to be the reason this went wrong. Parem was supposed to kill her or leave her alone, not stick her in this miserable, powerless purgatory. Rage swept through Nina. Clean, perfect, focusing anger. Her mind reached out and suddenly she had hold of something. Not a body, but something. She caught a movement from the corner of her eye, a dim shape emerging from the shadows. A cloud of dust. It shot toward the standing guard. He swatted at it as it was trying to drive away a swarm of mosquitoes, but it whirled faster. A nearly invisible blur. The guard opened his mouth to scream and the cloud vanished, and he let out a grunt and toppled backward. His compatriot was still balancing woozily on his knees. Nina and Jesper strode forward, and Jesper gave the kneeling guard a whack to the back of his head with the butt of his revolver. The man slumped to the ground, unconscious. Cautiously, they examined the other guard. He lay with eyes open, staring up at the starry sky. His mouth and nostrils were choked with fine white dust. "Did you do that?" Had she? Nina felt like she could taste the dust in her own mouth. This shouldn't be possible. A corporal could manipulate the human body, not an inorganic matter. This was the work of a fabricator. A powerful one. It wasn't you? I appreciate the vote of confidence, but this was all you, gorgeous. I didn't mean to kill him. What had she meant to do? Just keep him quiet. Dust dribbled from the corner of his parted lips in a fine line. "2 more guards," said Jesper, "and we're already running late. How about we just knock them over the head?" Sophisticated. I like it. Nina felt a strange crawling sensation all over her body, but the need for Parem wasn't screaming through her any longer. I didn't mean to kill him. It didn't matter. It couldn't right now. The guards were down and the plan was in motion. "Come on," she said. "Let's go get our girl." Also, I just realized I never lowered the volume of the music. Like this. There we go. That's the end of chapter 6. I gotta take a quick break here before we start with chapter 7, but damn. They're doing it. They're on their way to Inej. Holy shit. All right. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna make some tea real quick, and then we're going into chapter 7. which is Inej. I'm really curious on how they're going to manage to get her out of this situation she's in. Like, oh my fucking god. It's gonna be crazy. Working out right now, AFK. No worries, Slothy. I'm just over here freaking out already because I have no fucking idea what Nina is going through right now. All of a sudden being able to like manipulate dust or something. Like, are Parem side effects now making her even other forms of Grisha? I have no fucking idea. What the fuck is going on? But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some tea and then we're gonna continue with chapter 7. All right, I'm back. How are you guys doing? Oh, I got myself a nice cup of tea now here. In my wait, it's on my nice little Pokemon mug. There's that. But I'm excited to see where this next chapter is going now, because this is probably going to be like the rescue of Inej. Give me a second again real quick as well here. Damn. Mm. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I'm ready for potential craziness that is about to happen. I might need somebody to hold my hand. But we shall see. Rescuing Inej, find therapist, happy ending, right? Yeah, like, you know, they're gonna rescue Inej, they're gonna get the money, they're gonna find a therapist, and then book's over. Like, ignore the fact that we have like this much left of the book. This chapter will be the final one. The rest is just gonna be their therapy. I volunteer. Thank you, Crystal. I would gladly take your hand. Let's see. Cook ramen. I eat ramen. I is happy. Let's go. He went through it so fast, right? Yeah, this is all we have left. That's like nothing. Like, we've started last week. This is what we've done. We're at page 96 of like 500 something. Glad you're enjoying your ramen, Slothy. I had my dinner before I fell asleep. I had goulash with noodles. Rest is the beach episode. Ah, right. Understandable. Fan service. Yeah, I had goulash with noodles, and then I fell asleep. But oh well. Let's go. Inej spent a sleepless night in the dark. When her stomach started to growl, she suspected it was morning, but no one arrived to remove her blindfold or offer her a tray. It seemed Vanek didn't feel the need to coddle her anymore. He'd seen the fear in her clearly enough. That would be his leverage now. Not Bahan's Suli eyes and attempts at kindness. When her shivering had passed, she had struggled over to the vent, only to find that it had been bolted firmly shut. It had to have been done while she was in the theater. She wasn't surprised. She suspected Vanek had left it unsecured just to give her hope and then snatch it away. Eventually, her mind had begun to clear, and as she'd lain in the silence, she'd made a plan. She would talk. There were plenty of safe houses and hideouts that the Dregs had ceased to use because they'd been compromised or simply stopped being convenient. She would start there. Then, there were the supposedly secure places that belonged to some of the other barrow gangs. She knew of a converted shipping container in Third Harbor that the Liddies occasionally used. The Razor Golds liked to hole up in a dingy hotel only a few streets over from the Slat. They called it Jam-Tart House because of its faded raspberry color and the white eaves that looked like they were decorated in icing. It should take Vanek the better part of a night to search all the rooms. She would stall. She'd lead Vanek and his men all over Catadam looking for Kaz. She'd never been much of an actress, but she'd been forced to tell her share of lies at the menagerie. And surely she'd spend enough time around Nina to learn a thing or two. When Bahan finally appeared and removed her blindfold, he had 6 armed guards with him. She wasn't sure how much time had passed, but she suspected the entire day had gone. Bahan's face looked sallow, and he had trouble meeting her eyes. She hoped he'd lain awake all night, the weight of her words heavy on his chest. He cut her ankles free, but replaced the ropes with shackles. They clanked heavily as the guards led her down the hall. This time they took her through the back door of the theater, past flats of scenery and discarded props covered in dust to the stage. The moth-eaten green curtains had been lowered so that the cavernous seating area and balconies were no longer visible. Closed off from the rest of the theater, warmed by the heat radiating from the stage lights, the set had a curious feeling of intimacy. It seemed less like a stage than a real surgeon's operating table. The operating room. Inez's gaze touched the wrecked corner of the table where she lain the previous night and then quickly darted away. Van Eck was waiting with the blade-nosed guard. Inez made a silent promise. Even if her plan failed, even if he smashed her legs to pulp, even if she never walked again, she would find a way to pay him back in kind. She didn't know how, but she'd manage it. She'd survived too much to let Jan Van Eck destroy her. "Are you afraid, Miss Gaffa?" he asked. "Yes." "Such honesty. And are you prepared to tell me what you know?" Inez took a deep breath and hung her head in what she hoped was a convincing display of reluctance. "Yes," she whispered. "Go on." "How do I know you won't take the information and hurt me anyway?" she asked carefully. "If the information is good, you have nothing to fear from me, Miss Gaffa. I'm not a brute. I've employed the methods you are most accustomed to. Threats, violence. The Barra has trained you to expect such treatment." He sounded like Tante Helene. "Why do you make me do these things? You bring these punishments on yourself, girl." "I have your word then?" she asked. That was absurd. Van Eck had made clear exactly what his word was worth when he'd broken their arrangement at the Velgaluk and tried to have them all killed. But he nodded solemnly. "You do," he said. "The deal is the deal. And Cass must never know." Of course," he said with some impatience. Inez cleared her throat. "The Blue Paradise is a club not far from the Slat. Cass has used the rooms above it to stow stolen merchandise before." It was true, and the rooms should still be empty. Cass had stopped using the place after he discovered one of the barkeeps was in debt to the Dime Lions. He didn't want anyone reporting on his comings and goings. "Very good. What else?" Inez worried her lower lip. "An apartment on Kohlstraat. I don't remember the number. It has a view of the back entrance of some of the dens on East Stave. We've used it for stakeouts before." "Is that so? Please go on." "There's a shipping container." "Do you know something, Miss Gaffa?" Van Eck stepped closer to her. There was no anger on his face. He looked almost gleeful. "I don't think any of these places are real leads." I think you intend me of chasing my tail while you wait for rescue or plan some other misbegotten escape attempt. But Miss Gaffa, you needn't wait. Mr. Brecker is on his way to rescue this very minute." He gestured to one of the guards. "Raise the curtain." Inez heard the creak of ropes and slowly the ragged curtains rose. The theater was packed with guards lining the aisles, 30 at least, maybe more, all heavily armed with rifles and cudgels. An overwhelming display of force. "No," he thought, as Van Eck's words sank in. "That's right, Miss Gaffa," said Van Eck. "Your hero is coming. Mr. Brecker likes to believe that he's the smartest person in Caradom. So I thought I'd indulge him and let him outsmart himself. I realized that instead of hiding you, I should simply let you be found. Oh, that's evil! Inesh frowned. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Had this merch actually outwitted Kaz? Had he used her to do it? I've been sending Bahan back and forth from Isle Comedy every day. I thought a Suli boy would be most conspicuous of any traffic to a supposedly deserted island was bound to be remarked upon. Until tonight. I wasn't sure Brecker would bite. I was growing most anxious, but he did. Earlier this evening, 2 of his team were spotted on the docks preparing a gondole to launch. That big Fjordan and the Zemeni boy. I did not have them intercepted. Much like you, they are mere pawns. Kuwei is the prize, and you, your Mr. Brecker, is finally going to give me what he owed. If you treated fairly with us, you'd have Kuwei already, she said. We risked our lives to get him off the ice court. We risked everything. You should have honored your word. A patriot would have offered to free Kuwei without the promise of reward. A patriot? Your scheme for Yuraparen will bring chaos to Kerch. Markets are resilient. Kerch will endure. It may even be strengthened by the changes to come. But you and your ilk may not fare so well. How do you think the parasites of the barrow will manage when we are at war? When honest men have no coin to squander and put their minds to toil instead of vice? Holy fuck, he's evil. Inesh felt her lip curl. Canal rats have a way of surviving, no matter how hard you try to stamp us out. He smiled. Most of your friends won't survive this night. She thought of Jesper, Nina, and Matthias. Sweet Wyland, who deserved so much better than this filth for a father. It wasn't just about winning for Van Eck. It was personal. You hate us. Frankly, you are of little interest to me. An acrobat or dancer or whatever you were before you became a blight on this city. But I confess, Kaz Brecker does offend me. Vile, ruthless, amoral. He feeds corruption with corruption. Such a remarkable mind might have been put to great use. He might have ruled this city, built something, created profit that would have benefited all. Instead, he leeches off the work of better men. Better men? Like you? It pains you to hear it, but it is true. When I leave this world, the greatest shipping empire ever known will remain. An engine of wealth, a tribute to Gezen and a sign of his favor. Who will remember a girl like you, Miss Gaffa? What will you and Kaz Brecker leave behind but corpses to be burned on the Reaper's barge? A shot came from outside the theater, and a sudden hush fell as the guards turned toward the entrance doors. Van Eck consulted his watch. Midnight on the dot. Brecker has a flair for the dramatic. She heard another shot, then a brief rattle of gunfire. 6 guards behind her, shackles at her feet. Helplessness rose up to choke her. Kaz and the others were about to walk into a trap, and she had no way to warn them. I thought it best not to leave the perimeter completely unguarded, said Van Eck. We wouldn't want to make it too easy and give away the game. He'll never tell you where Kuwei is. Vanek's smile was indulgent. I wonder which will prove more effective. Torturing Master Brecker or having him watch as I torture you. He leaned in, his voice conspiratorial. I can tell you that the first thing I'm going to do is peel off those gloves and break every one of his thieving fingers. Inesh thought of Cass's pale trickster hands, the shiny rope of scar tissue that ran atop his right knuckle. Vanek could break every finger and both of Cass's legs and he'd never say a word, but if his men stripped away Cass's gloves... Inesh still didn't understand why he needed them or why he'd fainted in the prison wagon on the way to the ice court, but she knew Cass wouldn't bear the touch of his skin on skin. How much of this weakness could he hide? How quickly would Vanek locate his vulnerability? Exploit it? How long until Cass came undone? Hey Dawson, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. She couldn't bear it. She was glad she didn't know where Kue was. She would break before Cass did. Boots were clattering down the hall, the thunder of footsteps. Inesh surged forward and opened her mouth to cry out warning, but a guard's hand clamped down hard over her lips as she struggled in his arms. I'm doing all right. I started the stream a bit late because I fell asleep for a nap of like 2 hours or something. So we were like an hour late or two, something like that. But here we are now. The door flew open. 30 guards raised 30 rifles and 30 triggers cocked. The boy in the doorway flinched backward, his face white, his corkscrew brown curls disarrayed. He wore the Vanek livery of gold, red and gold. Mr. Vanek, he panted, hands held up in defense. Stand down, Vanek commanded the guards. What is it? The boy swallowed. Sir, the lake house? They approached from the water. Vanek stood, knocking over his chair. Alice? They took her an hour ago. Oh shit, what? I see. I mean, if Vanek is using Inesh as leverage, so why not take his daughter as leverage as well? Oh, what? Oh, the wife, never mind. Alice, Yannick's pretty pregnant wife. Inesh fed a hope spark, but she tamped it down, afraid to believe. They killed one of the guards and left the rest tied up in the pantry. The boy continued breathlessly. There was a note on the table. Bring it here, Vanek barked. The boy strode down the aisle and Vanek snatched the note from his hand. What does it say? Asked Bahan. His voice was tremulous. Maybe Inesh had been right about Alice in the music theater. Vanek backhanded him. If I found out you knew anything about this. I didn't, Bahan cried. I knew nothing. I followed your orders to the letter. Vanek crumpled the note in his fist. Not before Inesh made out the words in Cass's jagged, unmistakable hand. Noon tomorrow. Goodmid Bridge. With her knives. The note was weighted down with this. The boy reached into his pocket and drew out a tie pin, a fat ruby surrounded by golden laurel leaves. Cass had stolen it from Vanek back when they'd first been hired for the ice court job. Inesh hadn't had the chance to fence it before they left Caterham, Somehow Cass must have gotten hold of it again. Brecker, Vanek snarled, his voice taut with rage. Ines couldn't help it, but she started to laugh. Vanek slapped her hard. He grabbed her tunic and shook her so that her bones rattled. Brecker thinks we're still playing a game, does he? She's my wife. She carries my heir. Ines laughed even harder, all the horrors of the past week rising from her chest in giddy peals. She wasn't sure she could have stopped if she wanted to. And you were foolish enough to tell Cass all of that on Valgaluk. Shall I have Franke fetch the mallet and show just how serious I am? Mr. Vanek, Bahan pleaded, but Ines was done being frightened of this man. Before Vanek could take another breath, she slammed her forehead upward, shattering his nose. Let's fucking go, girl! He screamed and released her as blood gushed over his fine Mercer suit. Instantly, his guards were on her, pulling her back. You little wretch, Vanek said, holding a monogrammed handkerchief on his face. You little whore. I'll take a hammer to both your legs myself. Go on, Vanek. Threaten me. Tell me all the little things I am. You lay a finger on me and Cass Brecker will cut the baby from your pretty wife's stomach and hang its body from a balcony at the exchange. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, this book. Okay. What? Ooh, okay. Sure, right. Okay. Ugly words, speech that pricked her conscience, but Vanek deserved the images she's planted in his mind. Though she didn't believe Cass would do such a thing, she felt grateful for each nasty, vicious thing Dirty Hands had done to earn his reputation. A reputation that would haunt Vanek every second until his wife has returned. Be silent, he shouted, spittle flying from his mouth. You think he won't? Ines taunted. She could feel the heat in her cheek from where his hand had struck her. She could see the mallet still resting in the guard's hand. Vanek had given her fear, and she was happy to return it to him. Vile, ruthless, amoral. Isn't that why you hired Cass in the first place? Because he does this thing that no one else dares. Go on, Vanek. Break my legs and see what happens. Dare him. Had she really believed a merch could outthink Cass Brecker, Cass would get her free, and then they'd show this man exactly what whores and canal rats can do. Console yourself, she said as Vanek clutched the ragged corner of the table for support. Even better men can be bested. Oh my god. That's the end of chapter 7, but what the hell? Yo. I didn't see that one coming. I'm gonna be honest. I did not see that one coming. Wow. Like, sheesh. That's crazy. But, I mean, it makes sense, you know? You gotta fight at the same level. So if they take someone as like a hostage and as leverage, why shouldn't they? And then as someone as like so important as the pregnant wife, because he's so obsessed with like his company and everything, getting like an heir and somebody worthy to continue his legacy. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's insane. I love that. I'm so fucking down for this. This is crazy. And I love it. Holy shit. All right. Let's continue then. We're at chapter 8 now. Matthias's perspective. Matthias would be atoning for the mistakes he'd made in this life long into the next one. But he'd always believed that despite his crimes and failings, there was a core of decency inside him that could never be breached. And yet, he felt sure that if he had to spend another hour with Alice Vanek, he might murder her just for the sake of a little quiet. The siege on the lake house had gone off with a precision that Matthias couldn't help but admire. Only 3 days after Ines was taken, Roddy had altered Cass to the lights. Alerted Cass to the lights that had appeared on Isle Comedy. And the fact that boats had been seen coming and going there at odd hours, often carrying a young Suli man. He'd quickly been identified as Adem Bahan, a music teacher indentured to Vanek for the last 6 months. He'd apparently joined the Vanek household after Wyland had left home, but Wyland wasn't surprised. His father had secured professional musical instruction for Alice. Is she any good? Jesper asked. Wyland had hesitated and then said, she's very enthusiastic. It had been easy enough to surmise that Ines was being kept on Isle Comedy and Nina had wanted to go after her immediately. He didn't take her out of the city, she'd said, cheeks glowing with color for the first time since she'd emerged from her battle with Parem. It's obvious he's keeping her there. But Cass had simply gazed into the middle distance for the odd look on his face that said, too obvious. Cass, how would you like 100 Kruger? What's the catch? Exactly. Vanek's making it too easy. He's treating us like marks, but he isn't barrel born, and we aren't a bunch of dumb coals ready to jump at the first shiny lure he flashes. Vanek wants us to think she's on that island. Maybe she is, but he'll have plenty of firepower waiting for us too. Maybe even a few Grisha using Parem. Always hit where the mark isn't looking, Wyland had murmured. Sweet Gazen, said Jesper. You've been thoroughly corrupted. Cass had tapped his crow's head cane on the flagstones of the tomb floor. Do you know what Vanek's problem is? No honor? Rotten parroting skills? Receding hairline? No, said Cass. Too much to lose, and he gave us a map to what to steal first. He'd pushed himself to his feet and begun laying out the plans for kidnapping Alice. Instead of trying to rescue Ines as Vanek expected, they would force Vanek to trade her with his very pregnant wife. The first trick had been finding her. Vanek was no fool. Cass suspected that he'd gotten Alice out of the city as soon as he'd make his false deal with them, and her initial investigations supported that. Vanek wouldn't keep his wife in a warehouse or factory or industrial building, and she was at neither of the hotels he owned, or at the Vanek country house, or his 2 farms near Ellesmere. It was possible he'd spirited her away to some farm or holding across the sea, the true sea. But Cass doubted he'd put the woman carrying his heir through a grueling sea voyage. Vanek must be keeping property off the books, Cass had said. Probably income too, Jesper frowned. Isn't not paying your taxes, I don't know, sacrilegious? I thought he was all about serving Gazan. Gazan and Kirch aren't the same thing, Wyland said. Of course, uncovering those secret properties had meant gaining access to Colonel Smede's office and another series of deceptions. Matthias hated the dishonesty of all of it, but he couldn't deny the value of the information they'd obtained. Thanks to Smede's files, Cass had located the Lake House, a fine property 10 miles south of the city, easy to defend, comfortably appointed, and listed under the Hendricks name. Always hit where the top Mark isn't looking. It was sound thinking, Matthias could admit. Military thinking, in fact. When you were outgunned and outmanned, you sought the less defended targets. Vanek had expected a rescue attempt on Inesh, so that was what he'd concentrated his forces. And Cass had encouraged that. Hey Angel, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Telling Matthias and Jesper to be as inconspicuous as possible when they brought a gondol down to one of the private berths at Fifth Harbor. At 11 bells, Roddy and Specht had left Kuwait at Black Veil and, dressed in heavy cloaks to hide their faces, launched the boat. Making a tremendous show of shouting to supposed compatriots setting out from other berths. Most of them confused tourists who weren't sure why strange men were yelling at them from a gondol. It had taken everything in Matthias not to argue when Cass had paired Nina with Jesper in the assault on the lake house, despite the fact that he knew the partnership made sense. They needed to take out the guards quietly to prevent anyone from raising an alarm or panicking. Matthias's combat training made that possible, as did Nina's Grisha abilities, so they'd been split up. Jesper and Wyland had noisier talents, so they would enter the fray only as a last resort. Also, Matthias knew if he started trailing after Nina on missions like some kind of watchdog, she'd put her hands on those glorious hips and demonstrate her knowledge of profanity in several different languages. Still, he was the only one beside perhaps Kuwei who knew how she'd suffered since they'd returned from the ice court. It had been hard to watch her go. I was busy coding using PHP language and some pages aren't working. Oh god, I didn't do much PHP, but I did some like HTML.
Then he waddled away,
And like, goddamn, that was annoying. Yo, Doka, how's it going? Hope you're feeling better soon though, Angel. Hope you can get some distraction, some rest from that. Or you can figure out what's going on. God damn, this book has been fucking insane already here. It had been hard to watch her go. They'd approached from across the lake and made quick work of the few guards on the perimeter. Most of the villas along the shore were empty, as it was too early in the season for the weather to have gotten properly warm. But lights had burned in the windows of the Vanek house, or rather the Hendricks house. The property had belonged to Wyland's mother's family for generations before Vanek had ever set foot through the door. It almost didn't feel like a break-in. One of the guards had actually been dozing in the gazebo. Matthias didn't realize there had been a casualty until the count of the guards had come up short, but there hadn't been time to question Nina and Jesper about what had gone wrong. They tied up the remaining guards, herded them and the rest of the staff into the pantry, and then swept up the stairs to the second floor wearing the masks of the comedy brute. Asked my teacher to help me even tomorrow's deadline. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. If it's like an issue that seems like hard to fix, I mean, you still did the work mostly, and I don't think it's gonna be any issue asking for help. If she's an understanding teacher, I'm sure it'll be fine. Absolutely. Wishing you luck with that, Angel. What chapter are you on? We're on chapter 8 now. They'd stopped outside the music room, where Alice was perched precariously on the bench of a pianoforte. Though they had expected to find her asleep, she was laboring her way through some piece of music. "Saints, what is that noise?" Nina had whispered. "I think it's Be Still, Little Bumblebee," said Wylan from behind the mask and horns of his gray imp ensemble. "But it's hard to tell." "Well, preparing for school? Hey, no worries. You do what you gotta do." When they'd entered the music room, the silky-haired terrier at her feet had the sense to growl. But poor, pretty, pregnant Alice just looked up from her sheet music and said, "Is this a play?" "Yes, love," said Jesper gently. "And you're the star." They tucked her into a warm coat, then shepherded her out of the house and into the waiting boat. She'd been so docile that Nina had become concerned. "Maybe she's not getting enough blood to her brain," she'd murmured to Matthias. Matthias hadn't been sure how to account for Alice's demeanor. He remembered his mother muddling the simplest things when she was pregnant with this baby sister. She'd walked all the way down to the village from their little house before she'd realized she was wearing her boots on the wrong feet. But halfway back to the city, when Nina had bound Alice's hands and tied a blindfold over her eyes, securing it tightly to the neat braids coiled atop her head, the reality of her situation must have started to sink in. She'd begun to sniffle, wiping her running nose on her velvet sleeve. The sniffling became a kind of wobbly, deep breathing, and by the time they'd gotten Alice settled comfortably at the tomb and even found a little cushion for her feet, she'd let out a long wail. "I want to go home," she cried. "I want my dog." From then on, the crying hadn't stopped. Cass had eventually thrown his hands up in frustration and they'd all stepped outside the tomb to try and find some quiet. "Are pregnant women always like that?" Nina had moaned. Matthias glanced inside the stone hole. "Only the kidnapped ones." "I can't hear myself think," she said. "Maybe if we took the blindfold off," Wylan suggested, we could wear our comedy brute masks." Cass shook his head. "We can't risk her leading Vanek back here." "She's going to make herself ill," said Matthias. "We're in the middle of a job," Cass said. "There's a lot that has to happen before the exchange tomorrow. Someone find a way to shut her up or I will." "She's a frightened girl," Wylan protested. "I didn't ask for a description." But Wylan kept on. "Cass, promise me you won't." "Before you finish that sentence, I want you to think about what a promise from me costs and what you're willing to pay for it. It's not her fault her parents shoved her into a marriage with my father. Alice isn't here because she did something wrong. She's here because she's leverage. She's just a pregnant girl. Getting pregnant isn't actually a special talent. Ask any luckless girl in a barrel." "Inesh wouldn't want." In the space of a breath, Cass had shoved Wylan against the tomb wall with his forearm. The crow head of his cane wedged beneath Wylan's jaw. "Tell me my business again." Wylan swallowed, parted his lips. "Do it," said Cass, "and I'll cut the tongue from your head and feed it to the first stray cat I find." "Cass," Jesper said cautiously, but Cass ignored him. Wylan's lips flattened to a thin, stubborn line. The boy really didn't know what was good for him. Matthias wondered if he'd have to try to intercede on Wylan's behalf, but Cass had released him. "Someone stick a cork in that girl before I get back," he said, and strode off into the graveyard. Matthias rolled his eyes heavenward. Those lunatics all needed a solid 6 months in boot camp and possibly a sound beating. That's not to mention Inesh, Jesper said as Wyland dusted himself off. You know, if you feel like continuing to live. Wyland shook his head. But isn't this all about Inesh? No, it's all about the grand plan, remember? Nina said with a snort. Getting Inesh away from Vanek is just the first phase. They headed back into the tomb. In the lantern light, Matthias could see that Nina's color was good. Maybe the distraction of the break-in at the lake house had been a positive thing, though he couldn't ignore the fact that a guard had died during a mission that wasn't meant to have a body count. Alice had quieted and was sitting with her hands folded on her belly, releasing small, unhappy hiccups. She made a lackluster attempt at removing her blindfold, but Nina had been clever with the knots. Matthias glanced at Kuwei, who was perched across from her at the table. The shoe boy just shrugged. Nina sat down next to Alice. Would you, like some tea? With honey? Alice asked. I think we have sugar. I only like tea with honey and lemon. Nina looked like she might tell Alice exactly where she could put her honey and lemon, so Matthias said hurriedly, how would you like a chocolate biscuit? Oh, I love chocolate. Nina's eyes narrowed. I don't remember saying you could give away my biscuits. It's for a good cause, Matthias said, retrieving the tin. He'd purchased the biscuits in the hope of getting Nina to eat more. Besides, you've barely touched them. I'm saving them for later, said Nina with a sniff. You should not cross me when it comes to sweets. Jesper nodded. She's like a dessert hoarding dragon. Alice's head had swiveled right and left before her behind her blindfold. You all sound so young, she said. Where are your parents? Wyland and Jesper burst out laughing. Why is that funny? It's not, Nina said reassuringly. They're just being idiots. Hey now, said Jesper. We're not the ones dipping into your cookie stash. I don't just let anyone into my cookie stash, Nina said with a wink. She certainly doesn't, Matthias grumbled, somewhere between delighted to see Nina back to herself and jealous that Jesper was the one making her smile. He needed to dunk his head in a bucket. He was behaving like a besotted ninny. I do the same. The thing is, I eat them so fast, there's no hoarding because they're just gone. So, Jesper said, throwing an arm around Alice's shoulder. Tell us about your stepson. Why? Alice asked. Are you going to kidnap him too? Jesper scoffed. I doubt it. I hear he's 12 kinds of trouble to keep around. Wyland crossed his arms. I hear he's talented and misunderstood. Alice frowned. I can understand him perfectly well. He doesn't mumble or anything. In fact, he sounds a bit like you. Wyland flinched as Jesper doubled over his laughter. Yes, he's very talented. He's studying music in Belend. What is he like? Jesper asked. Any secret fears he confided? Bad habits? Ill-conceived infatuations? Wyland shoved the tin of biscuits at Alice. Have another cookie. She's had 3, protested Nina. Wyland was always nice to my birds. I miss my birds. And Rufus. I want to go home. And then she was blubbering again. Nina had plucked her head down on the table in defeat. Well done. I thought we might actually get a moment of silence. I sacrificed my biscuits for nothing. Yeah, they're sitting in like a fucking mausoleum in like a tomb, just like talking to each other while that one pregnant woman is just blindfolded. And the funny thing is that stepson is Wylan. He's literally right next to her. But since he got altered with Nina's powers, he doesn't look like him. And she's blindfolded anyway, so she can't see him. Have none of you people ever encountered a pregnant woman before? Matthias grumbled. He remembered his mother's discomfort and moods well, though he suspected Alice's behavior might owe nothing to the child she was carrying. He tore a strip from one of the ragged blankets in the corner. Here, he said to Jesper. Dip this in water so we can make a cool compress. He squatted down and said to Alice, I'm going to take off your shoes. Why? She said. Because your feet are swollen and it will soothe you to have them rubbed. Hey, yo. Okay. Oh, now this is interesting, Nina said. Don't get any ideas. Too late, she said, wiggling her toes. Matthias slid off Alice's shoes and said, You haven't been kidnapped. You're just being held for a brief time. By tomorrow afternoon, you'll be home with your dog and your birds. You know that no one is going to hurt you, yes? I'm not sure. Well, you can't see me, but I'm the biggest person here, and I promise that no one will hurt you. Even as he spoke the words, Matthias knew he might be lying. Alice was currently having her feet rubbed and a cool towel placed on her forehead in a pit full of some of the deadliest vipers slithering the streets of this misbegotten city. Now, he said, it's very important that you stay calm so that you don't make yourself ill. What helps to cheer you? I like to go for walks by the lake. All right. Maybe we can go out for a walk later. What else? I like doing my hair. Matthias gave Nina a meaningful look. He scowled. Why do you assume I know how to arrange hair? Is that a quest where it switches your focus back to whatever quest is there? Yeah, I feel that, Dark. Because yours always looks so nice. Wait, said Jesper. Is he being charming? He peered at Matthias. How do we know this isn't an imposter? Perhaps someone could do your hair, said Nina grudgingly. Anything else? I like singing. Wylan shook his head frantically, mouthing, No, no, no. Is he raising her up? He's just trying to make her feel comfortable so she doesn't fucking scream all the time and be annoying. Shall I sing? Alice asked hopefully. Blanc says that I'm good enough to be on the stage. Maybe we have to save that for later, suggested Jesper. Alice's lower lips began to wobble like a plate about to break. Sing, Matthias blurted. By all means, sing. And then the real nightmare began. It wasn't that Alice was so bad, she just never stopped. She sang between bites of food. She sang while she was walking through the graves. She sang from behind a bush when she needed to relieve herself. When she finally dozed off, she hummed in her sleep. Maybe this was Venek's plan all along, Cass said glumly when they'd assembled outside the tomb again. Drive us mad? Said Nina. It's working. Hey Abby, how are you doing? Jesper shut his eyes and groaned. Diabolical. Cass consulted his pocket watch. Nina and Matthias should get going anyway. If you get in position early, you can catch a few hours of sleep. They had to be careful coming and going from the island, so they couldn't afford to wait until dawn to assume their posts. Is the singing bad or good? I guess it's passable, but she didn't stop. You'll find the masks and capes at the furrier, Cass continued. Look for the golden badger on the sign. Get as close to the lid as possible before you start handing them out and then head south. Don't stay in any one place too long. I don't want you drawing too much attention from the bosses. So Yon came to say hi. I appreciate that, Abby. Yeah, we went live a bit later today because I fell asleep and I had like a nap for like 2 hours. So I was like an hour late. Cass met each of their gazes in turn. Everyone needs to be in final position before noon. Wylan on the ground, Matthias on the roof of the Emporium Comedy. Jesper will be across from you on the roof of the Ambers Hotel. Nina, you'll be on the hotel's 3rd floor. It's the first thing at the same time. Yeah, I was up from like 6 in the morning because I actually had like a good 7 hours of sleep through the night, and then obviously I felt like being up at 6, I got pretty tired around like 8 or 9, so I fell asleep at 9 until like 12, like something like that, or close to 10 until 12, and the stream was supposed to start at 11. The room has a balcony overlooking Gudmed Bridge. Make sure your sight lines are clear. I want you with eyes on Vanek from moment 1. They'll be planning something and we need to be ready. Matthias saw Nina cast a furtive glance at Jesper, but all she said was, "No mourners." "No funerals," they replied. Nina headed toward where the rowboat was moored. Cass and Wylan stepped back into the tomb, but before Jesper could vanish inside, Matthias blocked his path. What happened at the lake house? What do you mean? I saw the look she just gave you. Jesper shifted uneasily. Why don't you ask her? Because Nina will claim she's fine until she's suffering too much to form the words. Jesper touched his hands to his revolvers. All I'm going to say is be careful. She's not quite herself. What does that mean? What happened at the Hendricks house? We ran into some trouble, Jesper admitted. A man died. Men die all the time in Caterham. Just stay alert, she may need backup. Jesper darted through the door and Matthias released a growl of frustration. He hurried back to catch up to Nina, turning Jesper's warning over in his mind, and said nothing as she stepped into the boat and he launched them into the canal. The smartest thing he'd done since they'd returned from the ice court was to give Cass the remaining parem. It hadn't been an easy decision. He was never sure how deep the well inside Cass was, where to locate the limits of what he would or would not do. But Nina had no hold on Cass, and when she crept into Matthias's bed the night of the Smeet job, he'd been certain he'd made the right decision, because Jel knew Matthias had been ready to give her anything she wanted if she would just keep kissing him. She'd woken him from the dream that had been plaguing him since the ice court. One moment he had been wandering in the cold, blind from the snow, wolves howling in the distance, and in the next he'd been awake, Nina beside him, all warmth and softness. He thought again of what she'd said to him on the ship when she'd been in the worst grips of the Parem. Can you even think for yourself? Just another cause for you to follow. First it was Yarbrough, and now it's me. I don't want your cursed oath. He didn't think she had meant it, but the words haunted him. As a Driskella, he'd served a corrupted cause. He could see that now. But he'd had a path, a nation. He'd known who he was and what the world would ask of him. Now he was sure of nothing but his faith in Diel and the vow he'd made to Nina. I have been made to protect you. Only in death will I be kept from this oath. He had simply substituted one cause for another. Or had he simply substituted one cause for another? Was he taking shelter in his feelings for Nina because he was afraid of choosing a future for himself? Matthias put his mind to rowing. Their fate would not be settled this night, and they had much to do before dawn came. Besides, he liked the rhythm of the canals at night, the street lamps reflecting off the water, the silence, the feeling of passing unseen through the sleeping world, glimpsing a light in a window, someone rising restless from his bed to close a curtain or look out at the city. They tried to come and go from Black Veil as little as possible during the day, so this was the way he'd gotten to know Caradham. One night, he'd glimpsed a woman in a bejeweled evening gown at her dressing table, unpinning her hair. A man, her husband, Matthias assumed, had stepped behind her and taken over the task, and she turned her face up to him and smiled. Matthias couldn't name the ache he felt in that moment. Oh, ads. All right, we're just gonna wait here for a moment then. All clear now though. It still says 50 seconds for the ads to clear. There might still be some people in ads. I only get ads when I join stream. That shouldn't be a thing though. Like the way I have my ads set up, you should not get pre-roll ads and just have like the scheduled ads whenever they appear. So that's weird. Okay. Look like a movie trailer from Prime. Damn.
No.
He was a soldier. So was Nina. They weren't meant for such domestic scenes, but he'd envied those people in their case and their ease, their comfortable home, their comfort with each other. He knew he asked Nina too often, but as they disembarked near East Stave, Matthias couldn't stop himself from saying, "How do you feel?" quite well, she said dismissively, adjusting her veil. She was dressed in the glittering blue finery of the Lost Bride, the same costume she'd been wearing the night she and the other members of the Dregs had appeared in his cell. Tell me, Droskella, have you ever actually been to this part of the barrel? I didn't have much opportunity for sightseeing while I was in Hellgate, Matthias said, and I wouldn't have come here anyway. Of course not. This many people having fun in one place might have shocked the Fjerdan right out of you. Need to acquire more balls. Be right back. No worries. Nina, Matthias said quietly as they made their way to the furrier. He didn't want to push, but he needed to know. When we went after Smeet, you used a wig and cosmetics. Why didn't you tailor yourself? She shrugged. It was easier and faster. Matthias was silent, unsure of whether to press her further. They passed a cheese shop and Nina sighed. How can I walk by a window full of wheels of cheese and feel nothing? I don't even know myself anymore. She paused and then said, I tried to tailor myself. Something feels off, different. I only managed the circles under my eyes and it took every bit of my focus. One second. Pokeballs acquired. Let's go. But you were never a gifted tailor. Manners, Fjerdan. Nina. This was different. It wasn't just challenging. It was painful. It's hard to explain. What about compelling behaviors? Matthias asked. The way you did at the ice court when you used the parem. I don't think it's possible anymore. Have you tried? Not exactly. Try it on me. Matthias, we have work to do. Try it. I'm not going to go rattling around in your head when we don't know what might happen. Nina. Fine, she said in exasperation. Come here. They had nearly reached East Stave, and the crowds of revelers had grown thicker. Nina pulled him into an alley between the two buildings. She lifted his mask on her own veil. Then slowly, she placed a hand on either side of his face. Her fingers slid into his hair, and Matthias's focus shattered. It felt like she was touching him everywhere. I'm gonna sleep. No worries, Angel. Please get some good rest. Take care. Okay. He looked into his eyes. I don't feel anything, he said. His voice sounded embarrassingly hoarse. She arched a brow. Nothing? What did you try to make me do? I'm trying to compel you to kiss me. That's foolish. Why's that? Because I always want to kiss you, he admitted. Then how come you never do? Nina, you just went through a terrible ordeal. I did, that's true. You know what would help? A lot of kissing. I haven't been alone since we were aboard the Fairyland. Oh my god, are we getting a scene now between them? Oh my god. Where's this going? What? Are we gonna have some Nina Matthias time? Oh my. Right. You mean when you almost died? Said Matthias. Someone had to remember the gravity of the situation. I prefer to think of the good times. Like when you held my hair as I was vomiting into a bucket. Stop trying to make me laugh. But I like your laugh. Nina, this is not the time to flirt. I need to catch you off your guard. Otherwise, you're too busy protecting me and asking me if I'm okay. Is it wrong to worry? No, it's wrong to treat me like I might break apart at any moment. I'm not that fine or that fragile. She shoved his mask down, none too gently, yanked her veil back in place, and strode past him out of the alley, across the street to a shop with a golden badger over the door. He followed. He knew he'd said the wrong thing. He had no idea what the right thing was. A little bell rang as they entered the shop. How can this place be open at such hours? He murmured. Who wants to buy a coat in the dead of night? Tourists. And in fact, a few people were browsing the stacks of furs and pelts. Matthias followed Nina to the counter. We're picking up an order, Nina said to the bespectacled clerk. The name? Judith Kernan. Ah, the clerk said, consulting a ledger. Golden Lynx and Black Bear. Paid in full. Just a moment. He vanished into the back room and emerged a minute later, struggling beneath the weight of 2 huge parcels wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. Do you need help getting these two? We're fine. Matthias hefted the packages with little effort. The people of the city needed more fresh air and exercise. But it may rain. At least let me... We're fine, Matthias growled, and the clerk took a step backward. Ignore him, Nina said. He needs a nap. Thank you so much for your help. The clerk smiled weakly, and they were on their way. You know you're terrible at this, right? Nina asked once they were on the street and entering East Stave. At lies of deception. At being polite. Matthias considered. I didn't mean to be rude. Just let me do the talking. Nina. No names from here on out. He was vexed with him. He could hear it in her voice. He didn't think it was because he'd been short with the clerk. They paused only so that Matthias could exchange his madman's costume for one of the many Mr. Crimson ensembles folded into the packages from the furrier. Matthias wasn't sure if the clerk had known what was stuffed in the brown paper wrapping, if the costumes had been made in the shop, or if the golden badger was just some kind of drop spot. Cass had mysterious connections throughout Catadom, and only he knew the truth of their workings. Once Matthias found a large enough red cloak and placed the red and white lacquered mask over his face, Nina handed him a bag of silver coins. Matthias bounced the bag on one of his palms, and the coins gave a cheerful jingle. They aren't real, are they? Of course not, but no one knows if the coin is so real. It's part of the fun. Let's practice. Practice. Mother, father, pay the rent, Nina said in a sing-song voice. Matthias stared at her. Is it possible you're running a fever? Nina shoved her veil up onto her head so he could experience the full force of her glare. It's from the Comedy Brute. When Mr. Crimson comes on stage, the audience shouts, Mother, father, pay the rent, Matthias finished. Exactly. Then you say, I can't, my dear. The money's spent. And you toss a handful of coins into the crowd. Why? The same reason everyone hisses at the madam and throws flowers at the Scarab Queen. It's tradition. Tourists don't always get it, but the Courage do. So tonight, if someone yells, Mother, father, pay the rent, I can't, my dear. The money's spent, Matthias intoned gloomily, casting a handful of coins into the air. You have to do it with more enthusiasm, Nina urged. It's supposed to be fun. I feel foolish. It's good to feel foolish sometimes, Fjardan. You only say that because you have no shame. To her surprise, instead of offering a sharp retort, she went silent and remained that way until they took up their first position in front of a gambler parlor on the lid, joining in musicians and buskers only a few doors down from Club Cumulus. Then it was as if someone had flipped a switch in Nina. Come on, come one, come all to the Crimson Cutlass, she declared. You there, sir. You're too skinny for your own good. What would you think of a little free food and a flagon of wine? And you, miss, now you look like you know how to have a bit of fun. Nina lured tourists to them one by one as she'd been born to it, offering free food and drink and handing out costumes and flyers. When one of the bouncers from the gambling parlor emerged to see what they were up to, they moved along, heading south and west, continuing to give away the 200 costumes and masks Cass had procured. 200! When people asked what it was all about, Nina claimed it was a promotion for a new gambling hall called the Crimson Cutlass. As Nina had predicted, occasionally someone would spot Matthias's costume and shriek, Mother, father, pay the rent! Dutifully, Matthias replied, doing his best to sound jolly. If the tourists and travelers and revelers found his performance lacking, no one said so, possibly distracted by the showers of silver coins. By the time they reached West Stave, the stack of costumes were gone and the sun was rising. He caught a brief flash from the roof of the Ambers Hotel, Jesper signaling with his mirror. Matthias escorted Nina up to the room reserved for Judith Conan on the third floor of the hotel. Just as Cass had said, the balcony had a perfect view from the wide expanse of the Gudmid Bridge and the waters of West Stave, bordered on both sides by hotels and pleasure houses. What does that mean? Asked Matthias. Gudmid Bridge. Good Maiden Bridge. Why is it called that? Nina leaned against the doorway and said, Well, the story is that when a woman found out her husband had fallen in love with a girl from West Stave and planned to leave her, she came to the bridge end rather than live without him. hurled herself into the canal. Over a man with so little honor. You'd never be tempted? All the fruits and flesh of West Stave before you? Would you throw yourself off a bridge for a man who was? I wouldn't throw myself off a bridge for the King of Ravka. It's a terrible story, said Matthias. I doubt it's true. It's just what happens when you let men name the bridges. You should rest, he said. I can wake you when it's time. I'm not tired, and I don't need to be told how to do my job. You're angry. I've told how I feel. Get to your post, Matthias. You're looking a little ragged around those gilded edges, too. Her voice was cold, her spine straight. The memory of the dream came at him so hard he could almost feel the bite of the wind. The snow lashing his cheeks in stinging gusts. His throat burned, scraped raw as he shouted Nina's name. He wanted to tell her to be careful. He wanted to ask her what was wrong. No mourners, he murmured. No funerals, she replied, her eyes trained on the bridge. Matthias left quietly, descended the stairs, and crossed over the canal via the wide expanse of Gudmed Bridge. He looked up at the balcony of the Ambers Hotel, but saw no sign of Nina. That was good. If he couldn't see her from the bridge, then Van Eck wouldn't be able to either. A few stone steps took him down to a dock where a flower seller was poling his barge full of blossoms into a place in the rosy wash of morning light. Matthias exchanged a brief word with the man as he tended to the tulips and daffodils. Nothing, the marks Weiland chalked above the waterline on both sides of the canal. And noting the marks Weiland had chalked above the waterline on both sides of the canal, they were ready. He made his way up the stairs of the Emporium Comedy, surrounded on all sides by masks and veils and glittering capes. Every floor had a different theme, offering fantasies of all kind. He was horrified to see a rack of Triskela costumes. Still, it was a good place to avoid notice. He hurried to the roof and signaled to Jesper with his mirror. They were all in position now, just before noon. Weiland would descend to wait in a canal-side cafe that always drew a noisy collection of street performers, musicians, mimes, jugglers, busking for tourist money. For now, the boy lay on his side, tucked beneath the stone ledge of the roof and dozing lightly. Matthias's rifle lay bundled in oilcloth beside Weiland, and he'd set out a whole string of fireworks. Their fuses curled like mice tails. Matthias settled his back against the ledge and shut his eyes, floating in and out of consciousness. He was used to these long stretches with little sleep from his time with the Triskela. He would wake when he needed to, but now he marched across the ice, the wind howling in his ears. Even the Ravkans had a name for that wind. Gruzeburya, the brute, a killing wind. It came from the north, a storm that engulfed everything in its path. Soldiers died mere steps from the tents, lost in the whiteness, their cries for help eaten by the faceless cold. Nina was out there. He knew it, and he had no way to reach her. He screamed her name again and again, feeling his feet going numb in his boots, the eyes seeping through his clothes. He strained to hear an answer, but his ears were full of the roar of the storm, and somewhere in the distance, the howl of wolves. She would die on the ice. She would die alone, and would be his fault. He woke, gasping. The sun was high in the sky. Weiland stood above him, shaking him gently. It's almost time. Matthias nodded and rose, rolling his shoulders, feeling the warm spring air of Caterham around him. It felt alien in his lungs. Are you all right? Wyland asked tentatively, but apparently Matthias's glower was answer enough. You're great. You're great, Wyland said, and hurried down the stairs. Matthias consulted the cheap brass watch Cass had acquired for him. Almost 12 bells. He hoped Nina had rested more easily than he had. He flashed his mirror once at her balcony and felt a surge of relief when a bright light flashed back to him. He signaled to Jesper and leaned over the roof's ledge to wait. Matthias knew Cass had chosen West Stay for its anonymity and its crowds. Already its denizens had started to come awake again after the previous evening's revels. The servants who tended to the needs of their various houses were doing their shopping, accepting shipments of wine and fruit for the next night's activities. Tourists who had just arrived in the city were strolling both sides of the canal, pointing to the elaborately decorated signs that marked each house, some famous, some notorious. He could see many petaled rose fashioned in white, wrought iron and gilded with silver. The House of the White Rose. Nina had worked there for nearly a year. He'd never questioned her about her time there. He had no right to. She had stayed in the city to help him, and she could do as she wished. And yet, he'd been unable to keep from imagining her there. The curves of her body laid bare, green eyes heavy-lidded, cream-colored petals caught in the dark waves of her hair. There were nights when he imagined her beckoning him closer, others when it was someone else she welcomed in the dark, and he'd lied awake, wondering if it would be jealousy or desire that drove him mad first. He tore his eyes from the sign and pulled a long glass from his pocket, forcing himself to scan the rest of the stave. Off to bed. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Take care, Abby. Get some good rest, please. Good night. All right. Where was I? There. Just a few minutes before noon, Matthias caught sight of Cass advancing from the west, his dark shape a blot moving through the crowd, his cane keeping time with his uneven gait. The crowd seemed to part around him, perhaps sensing the purpose that drove him. It reminded Matthias of villagers making signs in the air to ward off evil spirits. Alice Van Eck waddled beside him. Her blindfold had been removed. And through his long glass, Matthias could see her lips moving. Sweet yell. Is she still singing? Judging from the sour expression on Cass's face, there was a distinct possibility. Beyond the other side of the bridge, Matthias saw Van Eck approach. He held himself rigidly, his posture erect, arms kept tight to his body as if he feared that the sin-rich air of the barrel would stain his suit. Cass had been clear. Taking out Vanek was the last resort. They didn't want to kill a member of the Merchant Council, not in broad daylight in front of witnesses. Wouldn't it be cleaner? Jesper asked. A heart attack? A brain fever? Matthias would have preferred an honest kill, an open battle, but that was not the way things were done in Caterham. He can't suffer if he's dead, Cass had said, and that had been the end of it. The Damien brooked no argument. Vanek had come surrounded by guards dressed in red and gold livery of his house. Their heads swiveled left and right, taking in their surroundings, looking for threats. From the hang of their coats, Matthias could tell they were all armed. But there, surrounded by 3 huge guards, was a tiny hooded figure. Inej. Matthias was surprised at the gratitude that flooded him. Though he'd only known this little Suli girl for a short while, he'd admired her courage. He'd admired her courage from the first. And she'd saved their lives multiple times, putting herself at risk to do so. He'd questioned many of his choices, but never his commitment to seeing her freed from Vanek. He only wished she'd separate herself from Cass Brecker. The girl deserved better. Then again, maybe Nina deserved better than Matthias. Both parties reached the bridge. Cass and Alice walked forward. Vanek signaled the guards holding Inej. Matthias looked up. From the other rooftop, Jesper's mirror was flashing frantically. Matthias scanned the area around the bridge, but he couldn't see what had gotten Jesper so panicked. He peered through the long glass, straining into the labyrinthine streets that flowed outward from both the city and sides of the stave. Cass's retreat appeared clear. But when Matthias looked past Vanek to the east, his heart filled with dread. The streets were dotted with clusters of purple, all of them moving toward the stave. Stopwatch. You gotta build your C2 Shangling, let's go. Was it just a coincidence or something Vanek had planned? Surely he wouldn't want to risk the city officials finding out he'd been up to. Could the Fjordans be involved? What if they were coming to arrest both Vanek and Cass? Matthias flashed his mirror twice at Nina. From her lower vantage point, she couldn't see the stopwatch until it was too late. Again, he felt the cold lash of the wind, heard his voice calling her name, felt his terror rise as no answer came. She'll be fine, he told himself. She's a warrior. Jesper's warning ran into his ears. Be careful, she's not quite herself. He hoped Cass was ready. He hoped Nina was stronger than she seemed, and he hoped that plans they'd laid were enough, that Jesper's aim was true, that Wyland's calculations were correct. Trouble was coming for them all, and Matthias reached for his rifle. And that's the end of chapter 8. What the fuck? All right, I gotta be right back. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. I think we're gonna read one more chapter and then I'm not fully sure what I'll be doing. I don't know. Maybe we do I don't think I have anything to do in Genshin. Really? So yeah, I might just end. Okay, think about it actually. Because I'm still a bit sleepy. But I want to do one more chapter at least. Ooh. That chapter will also be the finale of the part of the book, so that's a good way to end, actually. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And it's fucking Kaz, so like we can't just stop. We have to do Kaz. Kaz's first thought when he glimpsed Vanek moving toward Gunmeld Bridge was, this man should never play cards. His second was that someone had broken the merchant's nose. It was crooked and swollen, a dark circle of bruising forming beneath one eye. Kaz suspected a university medic had treated the worst of the damage, but without a Grisha healer, there was only so much you could do without to hide a break like that. Vanek was trying to keep its expression neutral, but he was working so hard to look impassive that his high forehead was shiny with sweat. His shoulders were fixed stiffly and his chest jutted forward as if someone was attached to a string to his sternum and yanked him upward. He walked onto Gudmid Bridge at a stately pace, surrounded by liveried guards in red and gold. Now that surprised Kaz. He thought Vanek would prefer to enter the barrow with as little pomp as possible. He turned this new information over in his mind. It was dangerous to ignore the details. No man liked to be shown up. And for all his attempts at a dignified promenade, Vanek's vanity had to be wounded. A merch prided himself on his business sense, his ability to strategize, to manipulate men and markets. He'd be looking to get a bit of his own back after having his hand forced by a lowly barrel thug. Kaz let his eyes pass over the guards once, briefly searching for Inesh. She was hooded, barely visible between the men Vanek had brought, but when he when he would have recognized that knife-edge posture anywhere. And if the temptation was there to crane his neck, to look closer, to make sure she was unharmed, he could acknowledge it and set it aside. It would not break his focus. For the briefest moment, Kaz and Vanek seized each other up from across the bridge. Kaz couldn't help but be reminded of when they'd faced each other this way 7 days ago. He thought too much about that meeting. Late at night, when the day's work was done, he'd lain awake, taking apart every moment of it, again and again. Kaz thought of those few crucial seconds when he'd let his attention shift to Inesh instead of keeping his eyes on Vanek. It wasn't a mistake he could afford to make again. That boy had betrayed his weakness in a single glance, had ceded the war for the sake of a single battle, and put Inesh, all of them, in danger. He was a wounded animal who needed to be put down, and Kaz had done it gladly, choked the life from him without pause for regret. The Kaz that remained saw only the job. Free Inesh, make Vanek pay, the rest was useless noise. He thought about Vanek's mistakes on Valgaluk too. The merchant had been stupid enough to trumpet the fact that his precious heir was cooking in the womb of his new wife. Young Alice Vanek, with her milk-white hair and dumpling hands. He'd been goaded by pride, but also by his hatred for Wylan, his desire to clear his son from the books like a failed business venture. Cass and Vanek exchanged the shortest of nods, and Cass kept a gloved hand on Alice's shoulder. He doubted she would try to run off, but who knew what ideas were pinging around in the girl's head. Then Vanek signaled to his men to bring Inesh forward, and Cass and Alice started across the bridge. In the blink of an eye, Cass took in Inesh's old, odd gait, the way she held her arms behind her back. They'd bound her hands and shackled her ankles. A reasonable precaution, he told himself. I'd have done the same thing. But he felt that flint inside him, scraping against the hollow places, ready to ignite into rage. He thought again about simply killing Vanek. Patience, he reminded himself. He'd practiced it early and often. Patience would bring all his enemies to their knees in time. Patience and the money he intended to take off this merch scum. Do you think he's handsome? Alice asked. What? Cass said, unsure he had heard her correctly. She'd been humming and singing all the way from the market where Cass had removed her blindfold, and she'd doing his best to tune her out. He's been doing his best to tune her out. Something has happened to Jan's nose, Alice said. I suspect he caught a bad case of the wraith. Alice wrinkled her own small nose, considering. I think Jan would be handsome if he were not quite so old. Lucky for you, we live in a world where men can make up for being old by being rich. Oh, it'd be nice if he were both young and rich. Why stop here? How about young, rich, and royal? Why settle for a merch when you could have a prince? I suppose, said Alice. But it's the money that's important. I've never really seen the point in princes. Well, no one would ever doubt this girl was Kirch born and raised. Alice, I'm shocked to find you and I are in agreement. Cass monitored the periphery of the bridge as they drew closer to the center, keeping a careful eye on Vanek's guards. Noting the open doors on the third floor balcony on the Ambrose Hotel, and a flower barge parked below the west of the side of the bridge as it was every morning. He assumed Vanek would have people positioned in the surrounding buildings just as he did, but none of them would be permitted to land a kill shot. No doubt Vanek would love to see him floating face down in a canal, and Cass could lead Vanek to Kuwait. But Cass could lead Vanek to Kuwait, and that knowledge should keep him from taking a bullet to the skull. They stopped a good 10 paces apart. Alice tried to step forward, but Cass held her firmly in place. You said you were bringing me to Jan, she objected. And here you are, Cass said. Now be still. Jan, she yelped sharply. It's me. I know, my dear, Vanek said calmly, his gaze locked on Cass. He lowered his voice. This isn't over, Brecker. I want Kuwait, Yobo. Are we here to repeat ourselves? You want the secret to Yuraparem and I want my money. The deal is the deal. I don't have 30 million Kruger to part with. Isn't that a shame? I'm sure someone else does. And have you had any luck securing a new buyer? Don't trouble yourself on my account, merch. The market will provide. Do you want your wife back, or did I drag poor Alice here for nothing? Just a moment, said Vanek. Alice, what are we naming the child? Very good, Cass said. His team had passed off Wylan as Kuwe, Yulbo, and Velgaluk, and Vanek had been well fooled. Now the merch wanted confirmation he was generally getting his wife and not some girl that radically tailored face in a false belly. Seems an old dog can learn a new trick beside rolling over. Vanek ignored him. Alice, he repeats. What name are we giving the child? The baby? Replied Alice in confusion. Jan, if it's a boy. Jan, if it's a boy. Plumje, if it's a girl. We agree Plumje is what you're naming your new parakeet. Alice's lip jutted out. I never agreed. Oh, I think Plumje is a lovely name for a girl, Cass said. Satisfied, Merch? Come, Vanek said, ushering Alice forward as he signaled to the guards holding Inesh to release her. As Inesh passed Vanek, she turned her face to him and murmured something. Vanek's lips pinched. Inesh shuffled forward, somehow graceful even with her arms bound behind her and shackles around her ankles. 10 feet, 5 feet. Vanek embraced Alice as she let loose a stream of questions and chatter. 3 feet. Inesh's gaze was steady. She was thinner. Her lips were chapped. But despite the long days in captivity, the sun caught the dark gleam of her hair beneath her hood. 2 feet. And then she was before him. They still needed to get clear of the bridge. Vanek would not let them go so easily. Your knives? He asked. They're packed inside my coat. Vanek had released Alice. And she was being led away by his guards. Those red and gold uniforms still bothered Cass. Something was off. Let's get out of here, he said, an oyster knife in his hands to see to the ropes. Mr. Brecker, Vanek said. Cass heard the excitement of Vanek's voice and froze. Maybe the man was better at bluffing than he'd given him credit for. You gave me your word, Cass Brecker, Vanek shouted in theatrical notes. Everyone within earshot on the stave turned to stare. You swore you would return my wife and son to me. Where are you keeping Wylan? And then Cass saw them, a tide of purple moving toward the bridge, stopwatch flooding into the stave, rifles raised, cudgels drawn. Cass lifted a brow, and the merchant was finally making it interesting. Seal of the bridge! One of them shouted. Cass glanced over his shoulder and saw more stopwatch officers blocking their retreat. Vanek grinned. Shall we play for real now, Mr. Brecker? The might of my city against your band of thugs? But Cass didn't bother to answer. He shoved Inesh's shoulder and she spun around, offering her wrist so he could slash through her bonds. He tossed the knife in the air, trusting her to catch it as he knelt to deal with her shackles. His picks already sliding between his fingers. Cass heard the clump of boots approaching. Felt Inesh bent backward over his kneeling form and heard a soft whoosh and the sound of a body falling. The lock gave beneath Cass's fingers and the shackles fell free. He rose, whirled, saw one stopwatch officer down, the shaft of the oyster knife protruding from between his eyes, and more purple uniforms rushing toward them from all directions. He raised his cane to signal Jesper. West Side Flower Boat, he said to Inesh. That was all it took. She leapt onto the railing off the bridge and vanished over the side of without a second guess. The first set of fireworks exploded overhead, pale color of the noon light. The plan was in motion. Cass yanked a loop of climbing line from inside his pocket and hooked it onto the rail. He snagged the head of his cane on the railing beside it, hauled himself up, and vaulted over the side, his momentum carrying him out above the canal. The cord snapped taut, and he arced back toward the bridge like a pendulum, dropping onto the deck of the flower barge beside Inej. Two stopwatch boats were already moving toward them as quickly as more officers raced down the ramps to the canal. He hadn't known what Vanek would try. He certainly hadn't expected him to bring stopwatch into it, but he'd been sure Vanek would attempt to close off all their escape routes. Another series of booms sounded, and bursts of pink and green exploded in the sky above the stave. The tourists cheered. They didn't seem to notice that two of the explosions had come from the canal and had blown holes into the prow of one of the stopwatch boats, sending men scurrying for the sides into the canal as the craft sank. Nicely done, Wylan. He bought them time. He'd done it without panicking the bystanders on the stave. Cass wanted the crowd in a very good mood. He heaved a flat of wild geraniums into the canal over the protests of the flower seller and grabbed the clothes Matthias had stashed there earlier that morning. He swept the red cloak around Inez's shoulders in a rain of petals and blossoms as he continued to strap on her knives. She looked almost as startled as the flower seller. "What?" he asked as he tossed her a Mr. Crimson mask that matched his own. "Those were my mother's favorite flower. Good to know Vanek didn't cure you of sentiment." "Nice to be back, Cass." "Good to have you back, Wraith." "Ready?" "Wait," he said, listening. The fireworks had ceased, and a moment later he heard the sound he'd been waiting for. The musical tinkle of coins hitting the pavement, followed by shrieks of delight from the crowd. "Now," he said. They grabbed a cord, and he gave a sharp tug. With a high-pitched whir, the cord retracted, yanking them upward in a burst of speed. They were back on the bridge in moments, but the scene awaiting them was decidedly different from the one they'd escaped less than 2 minutes before. West Stave was in chaos. Mr. Crimsons were everywhere, 50, 60, 70 of them in red masks and cloaks, tossing coins into the air as tourists and locals alike pushed and shoved, laughing and shouting, crawling on hands and knees, completely oblivious to the stopwatch officers trying to get past them. "Mother, father, pay the rent!" shouted a crowd of girls from the doorway of the Blue Iris. "I can't, my dear, the money's spent," the Mr. Crimsons chorused back and tossed another cloud of coins into the air, sending the crowd into freshly delirious shrieks of joy. "Clear the way!" shouted the captain of the guard. One of the officers tried to unmask Mr. Crimson standing by a lamppost, and the crowd began booing. Kaz and Inej plunged into the swirl of red capes and people scrambling for coins. To his left, he heard Inej laugh behind her mask. He'd never heard her laugh like that, giddy and wild. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous boom shook the stave. People toppled, grabbed on at one another, at walls, at whatever was closest. Cass was almost lost his footing, righting himself with his cane. When he looked up, it was like trying to peer through a thick veil. Smoke hung heavy in the air. Cass's ears were ringing, as if from a great distance he heard frightened screams, cries of terror. A woman ran past him, face and hair coated in dust and plaster like a pantomime ghost. Hands clapped over her ears. There was blood trickling from beneath her palms. A gaping hole had been blown in the facade of the House of the White Rose. He saw Inej lift her mask, and he pulled it back down over her face. He shook his head. Something was wrong. He'd planned a friendly riot, not a mass disaster, and Wylan wasn't the type to miscalculate so gravely. Someone else had come to make trouble on West Stave. Someone who didn't mind doing more than a little damage. all Kaz knew was he'd invested a lot of time and money in getting his Wraith back. He sure as hell wasn't going to lose her again. He touched Inez's shoulder briefly. That was all the signal they needed. He raced for the nearest alleyway. He didn't have to look to know she was beside him. Silent, sure-footed. She could have outpaced him in an instant, but they ran in tandem, matching each other step for step. That's the end of chapter 9. I guess there was another chapter, but like, oh my god, I'm also noticing my voice is getting really bad again. I just like recently really recovered from my sickness, so I shouldn't go too hard with my voice. So I think I mean, I did start late, but I might have to stop early here, and I might just rest for a little bit longer. Might get some sleep, hopefully. It is 5 a.m. So I think I'm going to be ending here for today, guys. But oh my god, I am absolutely enjoying this book. And then hopefully in the next like few days, I can set up the YouTube channel and do all of that. But until then, I hope, oh my god, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is. And I'll see you guys next time. Love you all. Bye bye. Thank you, Crystal. I'll try.